Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the US, we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Wendy Gillette. Almost 200 people were hurt in Iranian attacks in southern Israel. CBS's Shauna Mazel reports.
Iran launched missiles that hit two communities near Israel's main nuclear research center, marking the first time that it has been targeted. Multiple apartment buildings were damaged, some on the verge of collapsing. The extent of the destruction became clear Sunday morning. According to the Israeli military, the Iranian missiles also hit a kindergarten. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was briefed on the attack and released a statement online that says Israel is determined to continue to strike our enemies on all fronts.
A new CBS News poll looks at Americans' views about the war. Deputy Director of Surveys Jennifer DePinto.
Americans weighed in on two key things related to the war with Iran: what the goals are overseas and the impact back home. Most feel it's important to stop Iran's nuclear program, ensure the Iranian people are free, and that it would be unacceptable to leave the Iranian regime in power. But Americans also want the conflict to end as soon as possible. They say it's contributing to rising gas prices at home. 9 in 10 Americans think the war is causing gas prices to go up in the short term.
President Trump says ICE agents will be deployed to U.S. airports starting tomorrow to ease congestion amid a Department of Homeland Security shutdown. White House border czar Tom Homan told CNN the plans are still in the works.
We'll have a plan by the end of today where we're sending what airports we're starting with and where we're sending them. But that's the discussion we're having right now.
Political reactions are varied following the death of former FBI Director and Special Counsel Robert Mueller at the age of 81. Here's CBS's Christiane Benavides.
Former Presidents Barack Obama and George W. Bush expressed their condolences. Mr. Trump addressed Mueller's death on social media, writing, "Robert Mueller just died. Good. I'm glad he's dead. He can no longer hurt innocent people."
The worst flooding in Hawaii in 20 years has passed, but there are still warnings from Honolulu Ocean Safety Chief Kurt Lager.
The rain may be gone, but there are many hazards that still exist at the beach. With the amount of rainfall and the rivers breaking open at the beaches, there is a lot of debris that has gone into the water.
A suspected meteorite crashed into a Houston home last night. Sherry James explains what happened.
We heard a big boom. And when I was in my bedroom, and I didn't know what it was. I said, it's coming out my daughter's room. So I told my grandson to go see what it was. He come back and said, you have a hole in the ceiling. And I'm like, what?
This is CBS News.
Join Adriana Diaz and Kelly O'Grady for the perfect start to your weekend. Ease into your Saturday with CBS Saturday Morning on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
New research shows bring on the wine in moderation.
A glass a day for women and 2 for men could lower your risk of dying from heart disease, about 21% lower than non-drinkers. A new study from the Central South University in China looked at benefits gained from drinking different types of booze in moderation and found while there were the positives from wine, it did not see the same with beer or liquor. In fact, they were actually linked to a 9% higher risk of dying from heart disease. Experts caution that any kind of booze in excess still could be hazardous to your health. So if you do drink, moderation matters. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
You know the symptoms: a runny nose, itchy eyes, and sneezing. Tens of millions of Americans are affected every spring by allergies that trees, grass, and pollens bring. Experts say climate change is making the season longer and more intense. Wendy Gillette, CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Breezy and warm with some sun giving way to clouds this afternoon, high 79. Heavy thunderstorms late this afternoon and evening can bring damaging winds, hail, even a tornado. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And now,
you want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle.
Lenny McAllister.
The way we bring back America and bring people together is by making sure we hold everybody accountable in a 360 fashion.
Yes, there is a change that we can believe in, but it will never come from a politician or a government program.
Lenny McAllister.
Yeah!
Well spoken.
We got to move away from the American Idol soundbite nature of politics back to the American statesman of humble servant leadership that we used to see in politics.
If we get some common sense governing from both sides of the aisle, we can finally get Americans through the recession, not just Wall Street.
Principles or politics? I'd rather have principles.
I speak to the kids in the street. Well, I'm never going to lay down being conservative just as much as I'll never lay down being a proud African American.
I feel like a black public money I got coming in. Can't turn my back on the hood. I got love for them.
Welcome to an actual sunny Sunday. Now, it's sunny and warm and nice. And just as much as this is still News Radio KDKA, the Marconi Award-winning station, and I am still Lenny McAllister, at least until the name change goes in. There's no name change. But those two things are going to be constant, and it's still Pittsburgh, which means that, don't you fret, my pet, the weather will change tomorrow. I think that's what Annie was singing about with that song. Tomorrow, tomorrow, the weather will be horrible. It's only a day away. But for now, enjoy sunny Sunday. You and I together for 4 hours. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. I will get into a lot of the things that have been going on because, again, there's been a lot of stuff going on. I will eventually also, among the things that are going on that I will get into, is this whole TDS slur that gets thrown around from time to time. But this time from an unlikely source. I know you've already talked about this, probably with Marty, probably with Colin. You'll talk about it with me at 866-391-1020. Because we all have takes. And of course, as much as I love them, I love me more. And I'm going to give you my take. And I want to hear yours, too, at 866-391-1020. Now, when I say I love me more, I don't love me in a T.O. Terrell Owens type of way where I'm, yelling, woo-wee, I love me some me. I mean, I'm not like that because it's hard to like that T.O. I guess if I had to compare my I love me some me comparison, it would probably be more like a Muhammad Ali type of I love me some me. Just I'm not going to let you beat me down. I'm going to understand who I am. I'm going to love what God gave me that may be just like you, that may be unique, but I'm not going to let you beat it out of me. That's more along those lines. Terrell Owens, was both I love my quarterback and talking about his quarterback while doing sit-ups in his driveway. That's a little different. So, for those of you that are like, this ain't the fan, I don't want to talk about Muhammad Ali and T.O., they're cultural icons. Cross the bridge. Work with me. Speaking of crossing the bridge, by the way, and again, the phone lines are open. I'll get into political stuff in a second. I always love starting off this show with something uplifting. Now, this is going to be a really, really, really cool week for me. Number one, for those of you that have listened to me for a while, you know that over the last, it's hard to believe, but for the last 5 to 6 years, last 6 years I've been involved, last 5 years I've been involved each spring. I go to Philadelphia and I do Good Citizen Day at the Union League of Philadelphia. They're actually considering bringing Good Citizen Day to Pittsburgh, which they should, because Good Citizen Day is a great day. So long and short of it, it's a celebration of high school juniors that have been nominated by coaches, pastors, teachers, principals, administrators, teammates, even. And the kids win an award for being good citizens in their communities, but they also spend the day learning about the Constitution. And they go through these constitutional exercises, these real-life questions and challenges where they have to lean on the Constitution to answer the question. And there's no right or wrong answer. They give them the position that they must take. So, for example, and I've been everything from a lecturer to a teacher to an MC. I'm going to be MCing this year, which, by the way, is the 80th year that they've been doing this. So it's really cool for me to be there at a venue that was created to help President Lincoln win the Civil War and keep this great country together. And I'm going with my son, whose first name is Lincoln. That said, the exercise that I did, for example, with these high school juniors, and in fact, one year, my 7th grade son, when he was in 7th grade at the time, now he's in 10th grade, he and 2 of his classmates participated with the high school juniors. The exercise was the second impeachment of Donald Trump constitutionally allowable, considering the fact that Donald Trump, by the time it went through everything, was no longer president of the United States. He was a private citizen at that point in time. Now, of course, the argument was made, you impeach him, he can't run for president again, and there are some people that are saying that should have happened. There are some people that are saying you can't do it to a private citizen, and that's why we have elections and everything else along those lines. There are some people that said, hey, the Justice Department will deal with this. Not trying to dig into that. My point is, these kids, 1, get those type of questions. Number 2, they're told what position they have to take. They don't get to pick. You don't get to sit in a corner of the cafeteria and say, the 7 of us have decided that we're against this. No, you're given a role. You're given a pocket constitution, and you got to dig at it. You got to go from there. And it makes them think. So like I said, I've been there as a lecturer. I've been there as somebody that goes through these exercises with these kids. But over the last couple years, I've also been the MC as well, which has been a fantastic, delightful joy of mine. And I get to do that this week coming up. I get to take my youngest child, whose first name is Lincoln, because Lincoln is my favorite president. Now, based on what you see on camera, I think that the best looking president was President Obama, but I digress on that. But My favorite president is Lincoln, and it's not because of 1863. It's not because of the amendments that came after the Civil War, 13th, 14th, and 15th. For Lincoln, for me, it's because of the ongoing persistence to overcome and be optimistic even when he was depressed and pessimistic internally. He projected strength and intelligence and wisdom and grace. He was forceful in the Civil War to win it, while also understanding that you have to have soft and hard power, something that people have heard me talk about for the last several weeks in regards to how we're dealing with the rest of the world, from Iran to, Liberation Day and the tariffs. Ironically, one's emancipation, one's liberation. Other than that, and the fact that they're both labeled Republicans, that's it. And I say labeled, I'm not saying were. But my favorite president is Lincoln because of that. So to take a kid named Lincoln to a house and an institution that's historic, that was created to help Lincoln, the other Lincoln, is really, really cool. So one, shout out to the people of the Union League of Philadelphia, founding forward, the Union League Foundation, and all those people between the Union League Foundation and founding forward, those two organizations, because they do great work. They inspire young leaders, and they allow those young leaders to interact with the leaders of today. Look, I'm there. You can make your bones on that as much as you like. I'd like to think I have something to contribute. But aside from that, you have constitutional scholars. You have former federal judges. You have university professors, and these kids are going into university. And the thing that I really love about going to the Union League for Good Citizen Day, these are not just muckety-muck kids. I will never, ever, ever forget the kid who was shorter than me, which is saying something. He was shorter than me. Great smile. African-American kid, and there were two things that he was happy about. Number one, he was happy that his lecturer was me. Two, he was happy that he could look around and see kids from charter schools, private schools, Catholic schools, online schools, public schools, from Philadelphia, Allentown, the collar counties, Delaware, and Jersey. Kids that were there because of their hockey team nominated them, or kids that were there because their Boy Scout group nominated them. There's junior ROTCs that are there presenting the colors. And this kid was part of that, and he was happy. Now listen, I'll never forget not only the smile on this kid's face, but the fact that he must have had his uncle's suit on, and his uncle must have been 6'3". The sleeves were rolled up. The pants legs were rolled up. That kid could care less. He was just thrilled. Which, by the way, why do they say you could care less when it's actually you couldn't care less? But colloquially, we say you could care less. Oh, wait, it's not colloquially. It's me messing it up. Mind your business. Anywho, just kidding, of course. That kid couldn't care less. He was just glad to be there, and he was participating, and you could see he took it in. And that's what the Union League does each year for 80 years. And that's amazing to me. And I hope and pray they bring Good Citizen Day to Pittsburgh. They're already taking it to Sacramento, California. They've already taken it to, I believe, one of the cities in Florida, one of the bigger cities in Florida. I think it's Miami. I believe they've already taken it to Austin, Texas. They've already taken it, I believe, to Salt Lake City. I would love if they bring it to the other side of the Commonwealth, especially as somebody that's been doing this online and in person since 2020. Which leads me to the other thing. I get an opportunity. Phone lines are open, by the way, 866-391-1020. I get an opportunity to do something at the end of the week that is kind of tied to what's going on at the beginning of the week, but in its own special way. I will talk about that when I come back after the break. And of course, the phone lines are open. I'll get into politics, but I love this time of the week and going east. because I love seeing those kids with Good Citizen Day, and I love doing what I'm going to do on Saturday, but I'll talk about that after the break here on News Radio KDKA.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh body repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found Good RX. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's Good RX, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention Tax Slayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
Columbia Gas of Pennsylvania is committed to the communities they serve, ensuring that all their customers stay safe and warm in their homes during the cold winter months. To ensure that no one goes without heat when the temperatures drop, Columbia Gas offers energy efficiency and bill payment assistance programs to make their customers' lives easier. To learn more about the valuable services available through Columbia Gas, call 1-888-460-4332 or visit online at columbiagaspa.com.
We gathered real Pennsylvania seniors and asked them how they would benefit from an extra $1,000. Here's what they had to say.
Everything is so expensive these days.
Car expenses, repairs.
My groceries, heating costs.
Medications. Sure, I could easily spend $1,000 like that.
Through Pennsylvania's property tax rent rebate program, eligible seniors and adults with disabilities could receive up to $1,000. Check your eligibility and apply online. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
I want you all to remember this bumper music as you call into 866-391-1020 and try to critique me, try to tell me I'm wrong. Number one, I'm not usually wrong. But number two, if I would happen to be wrong, and let me speak in my quiet storm voice. Listen, girl, if I happen to be wrong, just remember, I'm only human. I was born to make mistakes. Some of you kids under the age of like 35, and by the way, if you're under the age of 35, you're as old as all of my kids. So not that I discount you being an adult, but you're a kid to me. Sorry. If you were a peer to me, then there'd be something wrong with me mentally. I digress. But you kids don't know nothing about the Human League. Y'all don't know nothing about no Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis. You're like, when did this become Whammo? It did not. I just play pop culture bingo whenever I like, and I offer the opportunity for you all to join me. That's it. 866-391-1020. The other thing I wanted to get into, before I get into, the frozen stuff showing up at the airports, and I'm not talking about, winter storms. A little hint for you. A very bad radio tease, but you kind of know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the frozen stuff. People that ice out the Constitution. Like how I did that. Brighter things, though, first. I get to go to the Union League Tuesday and Wednesday. I get to take my kiddo with me. He gets to do what other kids have done over the years, including another one of my kiddos that went for 4 years. I mean, literally, I think the last time he was there, he was a tour guide for the other kids. Hey, do you know where the restroom is? Yeah, of course. There's a secret restroom. If you go up here and you take this elevator, if you hit these buttons twice, it's almost like a cheat code. You get into this place where they also have croissants on your way to and from the restroom. If you wanted something to eat after you came out, make sure you wash your hands and you can grab a croissant. But don't tell anybody. I learned that 3 years ago. That's how many times that kid had gone to the Union League. But to his credit, in 5th grade, he played video games. In 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, he participated with kids 5 years older than him. So that's kind of cool. I'm glad he had an opportunity to do that. This kid will now get a chance to do that. So that's Wednesday. The event's Wednesday. The primer is Tuesday night. That'll be a fantastic opportunity to do. Hat tip to my dad, who is dealing with a shoulder injury. He's currently on the IR. He will not be back until after surgery. We'll see if he'll be able to be available for the playoffs. But he won't be going with me. He was supposed to. I wanted him to go. He's not going to be able to. I don't blame him. There's nothing like being away from home and being in pain. So I still get to take the kid, though. The other thing I get to do, and again, I had 3 of my 4 kids involved with this one time, which was really, really cool, because one was working it. The irony was, and I'm talking about giving a speech at Founding Forward. I will be speaking to their group in Valley Forge over the weekend. I'm be giving a keynote address. The name of the address is Be the Bridge. So it talks about the pillars of civic responsibility and how those can help us build bridges to others to bring our society back on track. So I'll be giving a keynote address. I'll be addressing the kids. I have done this multiple times. It will be fun and delightful and all those other things. One time I had a chance. This is last fall. I had a chance where one kid was filming me. One kid paid attention to the speech so much that he ended up using it for his forensics competition and used it at his national competition, which, as a dad, you're kind of like, kids don't realize this. They think that your emotions are impenetrable, that you don't have feelings. I am Robo-Dad. That's not how it works. So literally listening to, at the time, my 15-year-old doing a speech that I did as a keynote and saying, I want to memorize your speech. I had to explain to him, I'm reading my speech. I wrote it, and I might still stumble over it. He memorized parts of my speech and delivered it off memory. I'm sorry, as a parent, you know, I'm not crying, you're crying, is kind of what goes through your mind. Not because you feel like you're some great muckety-muck. It's the fact that if your kid thinks enough of you, that while they're there on a weekend night and they're listening to you give this speech while their brother is filming it, first thing that's going through my mind is, I got to get these kids back to Pittsburgh. And what am I going to feed them after this speech? It's not him wanting to emulate that. So one of these memories was one kid filming it, did a great job of editing it, did a great job of doing short reels of it as well. You can find it on YouTube. I'll put it on my social media at some point again. Another kid literally listened to the speech and asked me, can I do the speech for my forensics competition over the course of his season? And he did, which was, again, touching to me. And then the third kid now is geeked to go to the Good Citizen Day on Wednesday. I'm like, you don't have to go if you don't want to. Oh, I want to go. Now, the price of admission for both of the last two kids that went was, look, you got to write a report for school. You ain't got to get a grade for it. But you're not there to just kind of take pictures. And in 7th grade, there's enough that you know about the world and about the Constitution where you can do that. To be able to talk to young people and help inspire them is amazing in and of itself. That is an obligation and an honor that I do not take lightly. Same way with being on these airwaves. But it goes to another level as a father to be able to see your kids be able to embrace that as well. Now, I got 45 seconds left. I'm sorry to be all blackety-black all of a sudden for those of you that don't like when I get blackety-black. But I am blackety-black, so I'm going to get blackety-black once again for a second. There is another level on top of that to be an African-American man, be asked to give a keynote at some of these historic places, Valley Forge, Pennsylvania, the Union League of Philadelphia, and then be able to take your black sons into those places and have them be respected, accepted, and embraced. And to be able to understand that they are American too. And that the Constitution for them matters as well. That matters for every American. But more often than not, black boys are left on the periphery of that understanding. And it's a blessing for me to be able to give it to them, as well as every other kid, boy, girl, Asian American, African American, Irish American, I don't care. It's great for kids to be able to understand that, and I'm blessed as a parent to be able to do that for my kids. So thank you, Union League of Philadelphia. Thank you, Founding Forward, for allowing me to have the opportunity again this week. 866-391-1020. Going to the news, going to current events after the news on News Radio KDKA.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/radio to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to get our $9 offer. Legacybox.com/radio.
Why would a guy in financial services pick a fight with the financial industry? Because in many cases, the system they built works more for them than it does for you. Tune in for a new kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler. Now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Iranian strikes heavily damaged 2 areas in southern Israel. The BBC's Sue Montgomery.
Iranian missiles have hit 2 towns in southern Israel, injuring more than 100 people. An Iranian warhead struck the town of Arad. Hours earlier, a missile struck a building in the southern town of Dimona, not far from a key nuclear research center.
A new CBS News poll checks in with Americans about the war in Iran. Deputy Director of Surveys Jennifer DePinto.
Disapproval of the U.S. taking military action in Iran has grown slightly. 60% now disapprove, up from 56% at the start of the war.
Plans are still in the works after President Trump announced ICE agents will be sent to U.S. airports dealing with long security lines because of a Department of Homeland Security shutdown. White House border czar Tom Homan updated CNN.
When we deploy tomorrow, we'll have a well-thought-out plan to execute.
CBS News Brief, I'm Wendy Gillette.
Are you struggling with hearing loss? Do friends and family complain that your TV is too loud? Are you tired of asking people to repeat themselves? If you want to hear clearly again, but don't want a bulky hearing aid that makes you look old, you need to try Atom X by Audion Hearing. The Atom X is a life-changing breakthrough, precisely designed by top audio engineers, fits comfortably in your ear, is nearly invisible, and lets you adjust your sound so you can hear conversations clearly, at home, at dinner, or on the go. And right now, you can try the Atom X risk-free for 45 days. Call Audion Hearing now at 800-295-HEAR. That's HEAR for a 45-day risk-free home trial with free shipping and money-back guarantee. The Atom X is lightweight, rechargeable, practically invisible, and costs 90% less than prescription hearing aids. Don't miss out. Call 800-295-HEAR for complete details. That's 800-295-4327. Hearing for everyone. Audien Hearing.
Time for more of those magical March savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, center cut bone-in pork loin chops or roast for $2.49 a pound. In the produce department, easy to peel wonderful halos, 3-pound bags, $3.99 each. In our deli department, available every Friday, Coons battered dipped fish sandwiches, $11.99 each. Additional savings this week, Fiora 12 roll bath tissue, $3.99 each.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 events to challenge your mind, enlarge your world, and make you laugh. With Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Hey folks, my friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Scott from Aspinwall was amazed at NASCO's quality, honesty, work ethic, and superior craftsmanship. Scott loved working with NASCO and appreciated that NASCO doesn't use high-pressure sales tactics like other companies. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Scott. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
It's almost that time for us to feed the need with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank on KDKA Radio. On March 24th, our Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon will be raising money to provide meals for our neighbors in need. Text NEED to 50155 on our Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union text line, and your donation will provide meals locally. Brought to you in part by Rome Monument, Hampton Beer Outlet, and by MediConnect, Medicare Made Simple. Details at kdkaradio.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon stays breezy and warm as some sun gives way to clouds at a high of 79. Heavy thunderstorms late this afternoon and evening can bring damaging winds, hail, even a tornado. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, here we go. Gonna have a great weekend, and when I catch you on Monday, Pirate Baseball. Colin Dunlap, I'll see you right after Pirate Baseball on Monday, right here, KDKA.
Now, before I get to the phones at 866-391-1020, before I get to current events, before you call in at 866-391-1020, I want you to make sure you heard what was just said on the weather report. It's gorgeous outside right now. Enjoy that now while you can. Be prepared for a bad storm tonight. Get your water, get your food, charge your phone, and stay locked in at News Radio KDKA in the event that you get also the damaging winds and possible tornado. Do not take it lightly. I mentioned this on the air on Monday when I was on the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard. I'll be on with Michael Bartley this upcoming Monday, tomorrow. But I mentioned this to Tamira Rush and to Larry Richard. I said, look, it doesn't seem like we had these type of warnings in Allegheny County, and I don't remember hearing these things in Pittsburgh. I don't remember every spring in Penn Hills saying we're going to have 3 tornado warnings. Because I remember how I was when I went to North Carolina for school and was like, oh, I'm not used to this. I don't want to get used to this. Even though I lived there for years, so I guess I did. But my point is, we need to get used to this now together. So, enjoy the weather while you can. It's gorgeous outside. But, know that it's coming tonight, and don't be caught off guard. Don't be caught on the roads. Don't be caught with your cell phone at like 20% right now, and then you lose cell phone coverage. And do not be out of the loop. Make sure you're tuned into us here at News Radio KDKA in the event that something wicked is coming your way. And no, I'm not talking about ice at the airports. I'm talking about the weather. I'll talk about ice at the airports in a little bit. And I'm not calling ice wicked. It was a play on words. Some of what ice has done has been wicked. That I will not walk away from. 866-391-1020. Mike the Millennial, you were on KDKA.
Hey, Lenny, good to be with you. Yeah, it was so hot here yesterday. It was like 90 degrees in Denver. Weather has just been crazy here lately also. But how are you?
I am doing well, and because it's Denver and because it's Colorado, you're going to tell me that it's 35 degrees and you got 4 inches of snow today. I've experienced it, I know.
Yeah, it cooled down today. It's like in the 60s, but yesterday was just insane. And then the day before was like 84, and then it's just so bipolar, the weather here. But no, man, it's so good to talk to you, and
Likewise.
thank you so much for what you're doing for young people. The outreach and the programs. That sounds so impactful, what you're going to be doing this next week. So thank you, first of all, for that.
Mike, I appreciate you saying that. I mean, the bottom line is it's when I do those things, it's a reminder of why we're on the airwaves, why we are in civics, why we're in politics, why we do public policy. If you're not serving people, then you're focused on the wrong things and you're doing it for the wrong reasons. And when you're looking at a bunch of 16-year-olds that, you know, they're eating it's their first or second rubber chicken dinner that they have to go through. They're slightly intimidated because they're not really around their friends, but they're supposed to make friends. They're being leaders, but they don't know necessarily how to interject. You know, there are instances where I can tell, for example, that a young lady is used to being a leader, but she gets into a group where there's 3 girls and 9 boys, and then all of a sudden she wants to shut down. And it's my role to go in there and be like, no, sister. You are a leader. It doesn't matter who's around this table. Be you. And to be able to do those type of things it's been very rewarding for me to see over the course of even a day, Mike, where those shy individuals, whether it's a young girl, a young boy, or, you know, whatever the case may be, go from being in that shell to smiling, being active, presenting in front of a group. Some of these kids got to present in front of 300, 400 people. So see that is also rewarding for me.
Yeah. Well, I remember when I was growing up, I was in the Big Brothers, Big Sisters program, and that was really helpful for me because, like, you know, I didn't have a lot of, you know, friends growing up. I wasn't really popular, but when they paired me with, it was a college student at the time through that program, it really helped me, you know, develop more confidence as far as just, you know, having somebody to talk to that was an older person, but obviously very responsible. And it was amazing. And those programs, I think, are so meaningful and important to have out there. And it's great to hear you're involved in really developing young people's character like that through those similar programs. But hey, Lenny, I wanted to bring up something today, a news story from this past week I found kind of interesting, which I'm sure you heard about. So CBS News Radio, which serves KDKA,
yes,
is actually shutting down in May, which I'm sure you know about. And so industry insiders are kind of upset over the decision. A former vice president and general manager of CBS Radio Network said it's a major impact to the accessibility of information across the country. We're living at a time where there are fewer and fewer independent voices and where people across the country can turn to for information. He went on to say at some point in time, closing it down was going to be inevitable, but I don't believe now was the time to do it. He said, adding that CBS News Radio still had 700 radio affiliates and up to 24 million listeners a week. Those in the corporate positions, Barry Weiss and others, were not aware of the clout and the reach of CBS News Radio. And I, you know, wholeheartedly agree with that because, you know, I mean, I'm sure they were still making money. They were still, you know, serving an audience. But I feel like this new era of executives does not appreciate the importance of news radio sometimes. And I wanted to, you know, kind of get your expert opinion on that, your kind of thoughts on that.
Well, Mike, first of all, I appreciate your phone call. Thank you for listening. Continue to listen. Number two, I want to address something you said very quickly, which is people think that getting involved in those type of civic groups are nothing more than resume builders, and for some people that they are. But when you're involved in the, Big Brothers Big Sisters, the Boys and Girls Club, Founding Forward, the Union League of Philadelphia, and Good Citizen Day, if you do it the right way, it can help your resume, but it can definitely build lives and help people along that path as well. So for those of you that are thinking about getting involved, listen to what Mike said. His life was helped because somebody not only checked the box, but they were engaged in the process. So make sure you're doing that. Mike, to what you're saying in regards to talk radio and independent voices and the outreach of being able to do something like that. Two things. Number one, when everything is so revenue driven, it is very easy to just look at bottom lines and say, this avenue makes more money than this avenue. This avenue has a higher profit margin than this avenue. This avenue is easier to do. It's much easier, and this is something specifically with News Radio KDKA. It's much easier to streamline a station and say we're going to syndicate versus having live local programming 5 days a week, much less 7 days a week. That's a choice. You're choosing to make less money. Now, to me, I would make the argument that that's a twist on what I would call economic patriotism. You're making a choice to say this is better for society if I don't make as much money. I don't need to be subsidized. I don't need the system to allow me to have a monopoly. I understand that I'm not going to have 3 cars in my driveway. I may only have 1 or possibly 2. But I also understand the greater contribution to society doing it a particular way. Now, when you're in those positions of power at high levels of corporate existence, you're not really inclined to do that. Now, if you're uber rich, you have more leeway. If you're poor or struggling, you're more inclined to do that because it's in your realm. When you're in the middle, you're looking at stakeholders. What makes them happy? Where's the best way to cut costs? And sometimes cutting costs is making a decision like this. And then you realize, oh, I didn't realize so many people listened. I didn't realize it was so valued. I didn't realize it pushed us forward in a different type of way, in a way that Joe Rogan just won't. And I'm not saying Joe Rogan is bad. I'm not just saying that Joe Budden is bad. What I'm saying is they have a different role in society. They are doing different things. And they all should come together to make America better, to make listeners more informed, to allow us to grow our critical thinking capabilities. And these stations did this in a different type of way that will suffer. And again, let's take the example before I go to break and then I go to the phone lines at 866-391-1020. That's some of the bemoaning that comes with, that's some of the bemoaning that comes with NPR, National Public Radio. When NPR was much more inclined to be independent and to give you different points of view and to just, in some regards, hammer everybody. Same with PBS. Less with PBS, more with NPR. There was a value there. Once NPR in particular really started shifting further and further and further left, and I can tell you this because I used to appear often on NPR, loved the people, had no problem with it, but you could very clearly see their lean. I would be a guest on The Barber Shop. I would be a guest on, All Things Considered. Again, just because you all just saw me here last week doesn't mean I wasn't doing stuff for 20 years. Just saying. You should be proud as Pittsburghers. Proud to be from Pittsburgh and proud to have a Pittsburgher out there. You just didn't know. That said, I would do those shows, and they were trying to find every possible way to crucify me as a Republican. Particularly when Obama was president. Every possible way to say you must not like urban people, black people, Democrats, America. You're hanging out with Tea Party racists. And so I would be on those segments, and it would be 4 liberals and me. 1 would be the host, 2 would be guests, and me. Or 3 guests and the host and me. 3 or 4 liberals and me. And here I am, the one talking about civil rights and talking about it from a constitutional perspective. My point is this. There are increasingly less platforms where people can get just independent news that goes after the left and the right politically with the same type of questions and vigor, where you can go in there and engage it from a critical thinking perspective. And one extra caveat. Some of these outlets don't want to get sued by the Trump administration, and specifically by Donald Trump. They don't want their business plans being upheld and held hostage because somebody on their airwaves said something that Trump didn't like or the Trump administration didn't like. We're hearing about this even with the Iran war right now. So let's not overlook that. There's a reason why Stephen Colbert is going off the air. There's a reason why Jimmy Kimmel was pulled off the air. That's where this starts to be a little dangerous. The First Amendment is there. Freedom of the press is there for a reason. Because we have a right to redress our government if we have concerns. That does not just apply to people at the water cooler. Sometimes it applies when you have a red light in front of you as well. And the mic is hot. 866-391-1020. Coming back, take some more phone calls, head into the news at the top of the hour here on News Radio KDKA.
We're only 32 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss seafood, Seder meals, and family traditions. It's the Coons Cooking Hour presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
It's the biggest sporting event ever hosted by Pittsburgh. Hundreds of thousands will visit our great city. Millions will be watching worldwide. And NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is as excited as anyone that it's in Pittsburgh. The commissioner has unique ties to Pittsburgh, and Michael Bartley will have an exclusive interview with him about the upcoming draft and more. Live Monday morning at 9:30, only on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
All right, here we go. I'm running a risk. I got 3 big boppers on the line, and I ain't got that much time left. Yeah, I'll take the risk. Anthony from Oakland, you're on KDK.
You know what? Nothing irritates me more than to see this immediately people want to destroy Cesar Chavez because of 60-year-old accusation that he can't defend because he's been dead since 1993. And then one of them was from a close working person with him who says she had 2 children with him.
I saw
which
it.
I find very, very surprising since the FBI has had him under surveillance for more than 65 years. So if you, through the Freedom of Information Act, and we know the FBI had him under surveillance till the day he died, how come none of this insidious stuff that J. Edgar Hoover could have used never came out? Why is that, folks? When you people are already taking statues down, covering them up, erasing his name, changing holidays, where the FBI, led by J. Edgar Hoover, had him under surveillance like he did Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and Muhammad Ali, and everybody else under the enemies list.
But the stuff on MLK did not come out for years. It wasn't
public. It came out in the 70s.
Okay, still years.
It came out in the 70s.
Still years.
Pardon me?
It's still years. And
hold on.
And it should have been. And if you're thinking about weaponizing it, and you're thinking about crushing MLK's momentum, which again, some of it did happen, but not through these type of allegations. Even if you say it came out in the 70s, let's say it came out in 75, it's still almost 15 years after he won the Nobel Peace Prize. So there's an argument to be made that, number one, the first thing that came to my mind, Anthony, was what happens if they have other things that they compromise Chavez on? They didn't even use this. Number two, if you're not going to have a corroborating witness, if these women would not have said anything in that moment, it's us versus them. You've exposed your surveillance, and that blows back and makes him more of a martyr than he already was, or more of a hero than he already was. There are more considerations than just they had it, they should have used it, or would have used it. But I understand your point. But I understand your point.
Listen, the FBI have a list on me. How do I know that? My son found it through the Freedom of Information Act. And he did that about 15 years, 20 years ago. And J. Edgar's been dead since 72. J. Edgar Hoover had his eyes on this man. And if this woman who worked next to him was a part of the movement as much as he was, had 2 children with him, I don't believe for 1 second that J. Edgar would not have you. Because J. Edgar, I don't believe it.
Okay.
And like I said, Mr. Chavez can't defend himself.
That part I get. I understand. He's been gone for 30 years, and that is something that is both troubling. It says, and look, Anthony, it says a lot of things about a lot of people. Among other things is, it's not like these allegations could have come to light in the 1970s and these women would have just been believed. We're past Me Too, and Me Too was just a couple of years ago. I mean, you're talking about these allegations at the same exact time that Bill Cosby was roofing people. You're talking about these allegations. Hold on. You're talking about these allegations at times where JFK had women coming in and out of the White House. You're talking about a history where people like Babe Ruth were womanizing on trains going to and from away games back in the day. You're talking about decades of women not being believed, and you're saying that if they'd have had this information, the women would have just been like, yes, that is absolutely true. More often than not, they would have said no.
Lenny, let me tell you something. I was born when Eisenhower was president in 1955.
Okay.
If you were black and you were Hispanic and you were doing something, especially in Bill Cosby's case in the 60s, to white women, who had the power in 1960s?
Those women. Who had the power?
Who had the power? Bill Cosby or a white woman who goes to a local DA? Who has the power?
So here we go. I'm going to hold you after the break because I'm going to let you finish after the news. But the answer to that question I'm going to let you respond to is if you're talking about Hollywood and you're talking about how Hollywood covered stuff up in the 60s or 70s and even in the 80s because he was making everybody so much money, it's not just a black man versus a white woman. It is a white woman on the rise and a black man that everybody loves and is making a whole lot of money for and this happened after a party. You can't just take one dynamic and not contextualize it. So the answer to that question would have been they would have believed Bill Cosby, which is why when women go through that for decades, they don't even usually go to the authorities. Even now, for every one rape that happens, there are 7, 8 rapes that never get reported? That's in 2026. Anthony, I'll let you respond because it's only fair, and you know I love you. But I'm going to news first on News Radio KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found Good RX. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's Good RX, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention Tax Slayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA. Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by JTV.com.
I'm Wendy Gillette. Almost 200 people were hurt in 2 Iranian missile strikes in southern Israel. The Strait of Hormuz remains shut down to oil shipping as the war enters its 4th week. CBS's Christian Benavides on the international efforts to reopen the waterway.
A British official tells CBS the UK is working to bring together European allies to assemble a military coalition aimed at safeguarding the strait.
President Trump wrote on social media yesterday the U.S. will attack Iranian power plants if the strait is not reopened within 48 hours. A new CBS News poll surveys Americans on their views about the war in Iran.
According to the latest CBS News poll, most Americans say the conflict isn't going well.
They see this as a war of choice as opposed to necessity.
But Director of Elections and Surveys Anthony Salvanto says a majority want to put an end to Iran's nuclear program.
They'd like to see the Iranian people be safe and free.
But it's hitting their wallets hard.
They think the war is having both a short-term impact on gas prices and weakening the economy.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
President Trump says he'll send ICE agents to airports starting tomorrow to ease crowding as the Department of Homeland Security shutdown continues. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says that's a mistake.
Republicans have decided that they would rather force TSA agents to work without pay, inconvenience millions of Americans all across the country, and now potentially expose them to untrained ICE agents and create chaos at airports.
Border Czar Tom Homan says the agents will be able to help with security efforts at airports.
Get TSA agents covering exits, people that enter through the exits. Certainly a highly trained ICE law enforcement officer can cover an exit.
Both men were interviewed on CNN. The National Guard helped rescue hundreds from severe flooding in parts of Hawaii. Heavy rain is clearing out, but threats remain, according to Honolulu Ocean Safety Chief Kurt Lager.
The rain may be gone, but there are many hazards that still exist at the beach. With the amount of rainfall and the rivers breaking open at the beaches, there is a lot of debris that has gone into the water.
Fentanyl was found in packages of Barbie dolls at a discount store in Independence, Missouri. WCTV's Ali Espinosa.
Most of those packages have been tracked down, but one is still out there. We're told a customer actually cracked this case open. They went back to the store after noticing an unusual white powder inside the Barbie packaging.
This is CBS News.
Looking for spring jewelry looks? Find them at Jewelry Television. New customers get $20 off purchases of $99 or more at jtv.com.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here. Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring. Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now. JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up jtv.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at jtv.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet. Just a couple things, huh? Maybe more than a couple.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents. So when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the one you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Previously unreleased photos show astronaut Neil Armstrong in the aftermath of a 1966 space mission that almost took his life.
Gemini 8 accomplished the first docking in space, but an unexpected technical error caused the spacecraft to tumble uncontrollably. The astronauts' quick thinking saved their lives and ended the mission early. Because the splashdown off Japan wasn't planned, fewer members of the media were there to capture the return. Now, newly discovered photos have been donated to the Armstrong Air and Space Museum in Ohio. They were taken by Ron McQueenie, an Army veteran and professional photographer who escorted the astronauts. Heather Bosch, CBS News.
Cuba's power grid has collapsed for a second time. It failed last night after a major power plant in the country's east went offline. Power was then knocked out to around 10 million people. The first step was to establish microsystems of closed circuits to bring back electricity to hospitals and food distribution centers. Wendy Gillette, CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Breezy and warm with some sun giving way to clouds this afternoon, high 79. Heavy thunderstorms late this afternoon and evening can bring damaging winds, hail, even a tornado. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli.
There's an $8.6 million deficit in the city of Pittsburgh budget this year, and the red ink could go up to $40 million in the next 5 years. That was the sobering message last week from Mayor Corey O'Connor, who said he is reopening this year's budget and plans to make spending cuts. It turns out Comptroller Rachel Heisler was right when she repeatedly warned the previous mayor that red ink was ahead. O'Connor said he's not considering new taxes, layoffs, or cuts to critical services, but unless the city gets a huge windfall, painful cuts will be necessary. One revenue possibility is $37 million in property taxes the city is not getting from the 5 biggest nonprofits. Perhaps an agreement for payments in lieu of taxes can be reached. In addition, the Big 5 could help to fund non-critical services that would otherwise be reduced or eliminated. Mayor O'Connor inherited a troubling financial situation, one that will test his ability to lead and make tough decisions, the kind that make people mad.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
All right, I'm going back to Anthony. Anthony, I wanted to give you a chance to respond and finish up, and then I got to let you go. Go ahead, kind sir.
See, this is why I wanted you and I to have a podcast. Interesting conversations like this that you won't get anywhere else on the radio or with anyone else from this, because people are afraid of issues like this. You still have connections. I don't have those connections. And I'm 70 years old and I'm out of that. But you do. And I think people would find it interesting. So you work on that, young man, and you got my contact information. Let's do something like that.
Well, look,
let me get back to my point.
No, so one, I'm going to put you on hold, and you can give it to Mike again, and we can look into it, definitely. Go ahead and finish your point, Dak. I got to let you go. I got another call.
Listen here. Your father is still living, right?
Yep.
He's my age. Today, when you go home.
He's older. He's 83, but go ahead.
All right, he's even older. You go home and ask him who had the power dynamic in the 60s, in Hollywood or anywhere else, a white woman or a black man, if an accusation was made. Okay? I'm telling you. You're looking at it through your prism of today. I'm telling you, and I'm telling you now, if a white woman in the mid-60s, and a lot of these white women said that's what they were taking advantage of, would have made an accusation about Bill Cosby of rape, he would have been handcuffed so quick, it would have been a lickety-split. Okay? I'm just telling you right now. So, but we'll save that for another time. Okay. But no, I'm against these accusations being made in the facts, especially when they're 30, 40, 50, 65 years old. This is getting ridiculous.
And Anthony, to your point, I appreciate your call. Look, there are two kids out there. There's a DNA trail. You're saying that he was the father of these kids? There's a DNA trail. Now, I will say this. There is a possibility they already did that, and that's the reason why they came public. Because one of the accusers, I believe her name is Dolores Herrera, who in her own right was an icon, Latina. She mentioned she gave the kids up for adoption. And she never told people who the father was until very recently. Then she had the conversations with them. Maybe they've already done this. Maybe they've already done the DNA trial. I don't know. Just putting it out there. 866-391-1020. DJ in New Ken, you're on KDKA.
Oh, first of all, there was a major wreck on 79 South past Cranberry. I'm going to tell people that in case they're near there a while ago, but it was pretty closed up.
Wow.
So I'm watching on the news how they're hauling away garbage in the city and all that. And I'm like, why wouldn't they always do that? And then they want to showcase the city. You don't have one decent road going in or out of the city or in the city. And wouldn't that be something to concentrate on anyway? What are you showcasing down there? That's what I'd like to know. What exactly are you showcasing down there?
Well, you know what it is?
People a lot of time going to see that.
You know what it is, DJ? What they're showcasing is what you can see on television, hoping that it will look good on TV. And this is where current civic leadership is rather narrow-minded. You don't want people to visit Pittsburgh. You want people to live in Pittsburgh. You want people to live in Allegheny County. You want people to live in Cranberry and say, you know what? I always wanted my son to go to Central Catholic High School, and we only moved here because the taxes are too high in Allegheny County. But you know what? They revamped this. They revamped that. And my mom's getting older anyway. I think she'd be really happy if we moved back to Plum, if we moved back to fill in the blank area. So why not? Why not buy the family home, or why not move down the street from Mama? That's what you want versus can we look pretty in April? Look, nobody wants.
Everybody got problems.
DJ, no one's trying to marry their prom date. But if you look pretty enough as a prom date and you two click, you might end up getting to the altar. But if the only thing you're thinking about is, hey, I hope my corsage looks nice, you know what? You'll look pretty in your pictures and you'll forget the dude's name by Sunday. And he'll forget yours. We're focused on the prom and not focused on what this is going to look like years from now. That's the reason why people are more concerned about, hey, can you get the garbage out of here and do different things versus, hey, are the roads okay? Hey, will people come here and say this isn't a bad place to live versus this isn't a bad place to visit? There's two very different specific things to focus on with that. And by the way, to me, and look, this is probably a unique perspective as a boomerang. It's part of how collectively we think in this region. It's the Sally Field syndrome. They like us. They really, really like us. No, knuckleheads, that's not the focus of what you're supposed to be thinking about. Not I like you. I want to be living beside you. I want to spend money with you and on you for the next 30 to 40 years. This is a place where you can find diversity. Oops, can't do that here. This is a place where you can find affordability. Oops, can't really do that here. This is a place where the transportation system works. Oops, we had to add money just to make it kind of sort of work around the draft. This is a place where you can get around town with clean roads. Oops. And schools that work. Oops. That's where civic leadership continuously fails us. And by the way, before anybody says, Lenny, but, no. Same people are in office. One party system here forever. Same ideas constantly going on, and there's a wing of the one-party system that believes that we're more San Francisco than we are Rust Belt. There's yellow bridges here, not a big red bridge leading to Alcatraz or wherever else it's leading to, even though Alcatraz has no bridges, or else there'd be a whole lot of escaped convicts. You get my point, though. It's a mindset. It's a nostalgic mindset that doesn't even focus on what actually used to happen here, let alone on what they think happens now. And yes, it will look pretty in April, as long as it doesn't rain or snow, the couple of days of the draft. And you'll get fantastic pictures of the Golden Triangle, and that will be nice because those always look great on television. But if that was the main thing to focus on, folks, why does the population keep going down or stay stagnant? Why do we have brain drain for 50 years? Why are corporations continuously leaving? Why is it harder for businesses to be able to be startups and stay here for 15 years? Why do we have this scourge of empty corporate offices in downtown Pittsburgh? Why did the businesses that I used to see just 10 years ago when I first moved back as a boomerang, why are they gone? It's a mindset. And by the way, before I go to break and before I go to the phones at 866-391-1020, I'm not leaving you all off the hook. Yes, I am slamming elected officials, the one-party system, and the go along to get along because this is how we've always done things in Pittsburgh. Why won't things change? Because we're always doing what we've always done type of thing in Pittsburgh. Listen, part of that boils down to you all vote for the same exact people, the same exact names, because that's what we've always done here. You get the government actions and quote-unquote leadership that you vote for. DJ, I told you don't call and touch a nerve, and yet you did it anyway. Just kidding. Maybe. 866-391-1020. Bishop, Cynthia, Joanne. 3 more big boppas on the phone lines, and I'll get to them after the break here on News Radio KDKA.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Time for more of those magical March specials at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Tantisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, Herky's deviled crabs are 2 for $3. In the produce department, fresh red ripe strawberries 1-pound packages 2 for $5. In our deli, available every Friday, Coons batter dipped fish sandwiches $11.99 each. Additional savings this week, selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper 6-pack half-liter bottles are 4 for $16.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found Good RX. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's Good RX, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention Tax Slayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
All right, during the 5 o'clock hour, I will have some medical focus. One on the National Medical Association, an organization that represents over 4,000 black doctors, and the other one, actually I think it's more than that, obviously, and the other one will be from our neck of the woods in regards to those that are leading the charge to fundraise for the Blood Cancer United effort here in our region. And of course, whenever you see a great leader, you know they went to St. Bart's University. So it's going to be somebody from St. Bart's University, and those of you that know what that's all about, you know what you know. That's it, 866-391-1020. Going back to the phones, one of the big boppers. Bishop from Denora, you're on KDK.
Yes, the boppers are weighing in here. Now listen here, the SAVE Act, it's got to be voted down. I saw Bukowski talking about, and she should. And there's others, like the Native Alaskans, that's way out there. You know, you see some of them shows where, you know, they're out there, they live off the land, all that kind of stuff. They don't have the kind of it's their land. They don't have the type of a documentation to be able to try to conform with what a ridiculous proposal has been put out there. The same way with other states. Some of these reservations, people that it's their land, they don't have this proper documentation, Brother Lenny. You know, I wish, like me, I don't mind going in, flashing my license down if they ask me. But you let my precinct ask Councilman Wilson, oh, we need your birth certificate. Now, I got one, but for the principal, I'm not going home to get it. Neither I got a passport, and I'm not going to go in the car or wherever it may be at and show it to them. I gave you my license. That's sufficient.
Here's the thing with that, Brother Bishop. If you talk about this issue, and this almost ties into what I was just talking about as far as the regional mindset here, circa 1973. If you talk about that issue in regards to the SAVE Act, you will get people that will say, what's the big deal? You just go down to the city-county building and you get your birth certificate and you go from there. And if you got married here, you go down to the city-county building and you get your marriage license. You know, many Americans do not live where they grew up. That includes my wife. I can tell you that when we tried to get a passport for our kids, one kid was born in Chicagoland, one kid was born in North Carolina. One birth certificate came back within a relatively appropriate amount of time. One took 4 months. They told us when we applied, this is going to take 4 months. So, one could say, well, just plan in advance and you can get it in time. You could do that. Or you could think that you have sufficient ID until you get someplace and somebody wants to be an activist election judge and say, that's not enough. I don't trust it. Now you're stuck in the moment. And for people that don't think that folks will not go into those type of environments and be confronted, go watch the news. Happens all the time. People have been overstepping their authority since the beginning of America and probably the beginning of human history. And this is what people get. And I'm going to say this to you, Brother Bishop, and then I'll hand it back to you.
Yeah.
Voting is a constitutional right. We believe in constitutional protections of rights. We don't believe in the government gives you the right to do something. We believe that as Americans, God gave you a right to have a government that you have an expectation that's going to be responsive to you, not only with redress, but also with voting. And when you look at what the sentiment behind the SAVE Act is, it's as if government's trying to give you that right, as long as you check the boxes, to be able to have what's supposed to be yours by way of the Constitution.
Well, I think the government's trying to suppress the vote, to tell you the truth. A lot of people that were born with midwives, a lot of them are still living. They're up in age, but they're still living. They don't have a birth certificate. They can tell you where they were born at, but but they don't have who they were named or named after.
Yeah,
but they don't have the proof. Now, the other point I want to make a couple
very quickly,
because I know you got the boppers, and they can tell you more. Anthony is probably right in the '60s because I did some studies. If a black man did this sexual impropriety or misconduct to a white woman, they would have been snatched up. They've been in life in prison.
You're saying the same thing that Anthony said, which is wait, I'm going to reiterate. If a black man did it to a white woman, typical black man, typical white woman, sure, I can get down with that. When you're talking about somebody that's making a lot of people a lot of money, Bill Cosby was in the movies. He had a television show. He was making Warner Brothers money with his records. He was making a lot of people money. You're not going to sit there and tell me that people didn't know what was going on with Bill Cosby or other celebrities, including African Americans, possibly athletes. I mean, how long have athletes gotten away with this type of behavior? You're not. Hold on. And I'm going to say this to you as well, because let's just be honest. You act like in America that people don't differentiate within certain subcultures. You're not going to sit there and tell me that, for example, if somebody looked down on a white woman because she came from a certain neighborhood and something happened to her by way of a rich and powerful black man, that people that were making money off of that black man wouldn't have sat there and said, well, that fill-in-the-blank slur got what was coming to her. I'm not going to mess up my money just because he wanted to have some fun one night. We know this was literally what people said for decades, and now we're going to act like that's not the case. The answer's no. I know better.
Well, maybe Joanne and Cynthia can elaborate on that, but I will say this. I am very concerned about Pittsburgh Fire. It's his new findings of things wasn't paid and the tremendous shortfall, and he's going to invade. You got too many troops over there on the ships, but he's not going to put them on the ground and I believe a lot of them is going to get hurt and are killed, and the American people need to reject it. Hey, Brother Lenny, I'm going to be listening to the rest of it, especially the black doctor.
Thank you, child of God. I appreciate you as always. 866-391-1020. Phone lines are filled up now. Kind of like that. That either means I'm really, really good at this or I'm really, really bad at this. That's the wonderful thing about talk radio. Because if you're really, really good, you stimulate conversation. People are like, oh, that's thought-provoking. He's so wise. Let me call in and talk to him. And then you get phone calls. Or you're so bad at it that people are like, he's a moron. I can't believe they allow him to have a show. Let me tell him how asinine he is. And then they call it and they want to yell at you at 866-391-1020. It's never just in the middle, which is fine. That's okay. I will take one explanation or the other because you know I love talking to you, but I have to talk to you after the news, so stick around. I get to the ladies, I get to the gentlemen. I'll get to you all after the news on News Radio KDKA.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills. Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Pittsburgh is on the clock. Our comprehensive draft coverage is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's more than just the players. It's the vibe of the city. Where to go? What to do? We have you covered. It's presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and by Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. On the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Iran is striking southern Israel hard, injuring almost 200 people in dual missile attacks. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries criticized the war on CNN.
Department of Defense, Donald Trump, and Republicans haven't even made the case for why we are in this reckless war of choice right now.
A CBS News poll asked Americans about their opinions of the war. Deputy Director of Surveys Jennifer DePinto.
Disapproval of the U.S. taking military action in Iran has grown slightly. 60% now disapprove, up from 56% at the start of the war.
President Trump is sending ICE agents into U.S. airports to ease overcrowding. Border czar Tom Homan says there are early plans for how that will be handled.
We will be at airports tomorrow helping TSA move those lines along.
He spoke on CNN. The lines are long because of a Department of Homeland Security shutdown. Hundreds of TSA agents have quit as they work with no pay. CBS News Brief, I'm Wendy Gillette.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Centimark provides solutions for commercial roofing and flooring needs, re-roofing to roof repairs to concrete polishing and traffic solutions. While roofing and flooring is the business, giving back to the community is Centimark's commitment. 724-514-8700.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
For 50 years, Center for Victims has stood beside more than 1 million crime victims, providing supportive services and 24/7 crisis response across our community. Join them April 9th for their 50th anniversary gala, Lighting Candles in the Darkness, an inspiring evening of hope, healing, and resilience. Get ready for Pour at the Park at South Park, a fundraiser for the Allegheny County Parks Foundation on Saturday, May 16th in South Park. Enjoy beer, cider, and spirit tastings, delicious food trucks, live entertainment by Z-Town Street Band, and fabulous raffle baskets. Plus, bring your family. Your kids will love the discovery activities with Coach Dave. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon stays breezy and warm as some sun gives way to clouds at a high of 79. Heavy thunderstorms late this afternoon and evening can bring damaging winds, hail, even a tornado. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, here we go. Gonna have a great weekend, and when I catch you on Monday, Pirate Baseball. Colin Dunlap, I'll see you right after Pirate Baseball on Monday, right here, KDKA.
All right, can I share something with you all? And it's not Mike's fault. I'm not blaming anybody. But I'm changing the bumpers. If Mr. Moore, now I don't have Mr. Moore's career. I understand that. But I'm not coming back to Bruce Springsteen anymore. I listen to the Fan. They got bumpin' bumpers, no pun intended on the bumpin' and the bumpin', but they got bumpin' bumpers. Why do I get Bruce Springsteen from like 1978 or whenever Bruce Springsteen was Bruce Springsteen? I'm taking a stand. I want music that's at least from the 80s. I want to be blinded by science or something that's rocking Amadeus or something, at least. At least. And that's 40 years old. But definitely not Springsteen, not the Rolling Stones, not Styx. And by the way, are they going to get rid of Renegade now that Tomlin's gone? And I know that Tomlin, Renegade predates Tomlin, but let's just be real. It really caught fire at the tail end of the car years. And didn't even play it in the playoff game. So if we're not going to go with the Renegade in a playoff game, I don't want to go with Styx as a bumper. And it's not, again, not Mike's fault. But I got to pound the table a little bit. I'm going to tell my boss who's boss. He'll tell me it's him, and I'll be like, that it really doesn't matter that much. But I am sick of hearing Bruce Springsteen. That's on me. I got to set that up. Digressing. Again, when you have 4 hours of radio and you hear the same things over and over and over and over and over again, you're like, Arr! Which is why I take phone calls at 866-391-1020. That's the reason why I talk to people such as Cynthia down in Florida. She is now on KDKA.
Hey, Lenny.
Hello.
I have to tell you, I have admired you ever since you talked about doing prison ministry. And
thank you.
Oh, geez, I didn't want to cry again. When you talked about mentoring kids, especially that little black child, we need more men like you to do what you did. That what you described is going to stay in my head for a long time.
Thank you.
This little suit brother.
And I can't. And let me say this before you go on, Cynthia. Number one, I will not forget him. That was a couple of years ago. Number two, you telling me that, and I'm going to be honest with you. This is very, very, very real. When I get low on my energy, which doesn't always happen, but it happens from time to time. When I get low on my energy, when I look around and be like, Dag, how am I supposed to help change things for the better? You saying what you just said are the type of thoughts and statements that resonate in my spirit, in my head, that make me go, okay, take a breath, keep going. So thank you for feeding into me.
Well, you softened me a bit, just a bit today. Listening to that. Now I'm going to roll.
Okay.
You talked about the media consolidation. I know who these people are. It's Larry Ellison and Barry Weiss. I'm going to start calling it globalist media. They want to control what we hear and what we believe. And Barry Weiss, I detest this woman because I know she played a role in the murder of a poet in Palestine because he made a joke about something she said, because we have been lied to about the beheaded babies and all that kind of stuff. And she tweeted out on X, they killed him and members of his family. But again, it's not about money for these folks. They want to control what we hear. That's why they bought TikTok, which I never used, but they did that. And you were mentioning J. Edgar Hoover. J. Edgar Hoover was a black man. They said he was a mixed-race ancestor. One-drop rule is still real in this country. It was a black man. He was compromised. They said he was gay, too. I don't know about that, whether it's true or not.
The records about being gay have been out there for a while. And, the issue with J. Edgar Hoover is this. Just because you gather information doesn't mean you can weaponize it. And just because you have it and you want to weaponize it doesn't mean that you're going to do it as soon as you get it. It is like anything else in strategy.
Exactly.
So you can gather the information and say, we'll use it in 10 years, and you never get to it. You could say, we're going to use it in 1974, and you die in 1972. It can be, we don't want to use it, for example, and I know this from politics, there's a lot of opposition research, and sometimes you sit there and you say, if I use that Oppo research, it could backfire. Or, for example, if you use Oppo research on a person that, for example, let's go to President Obama. He writes a book and talks about his failings, including previous drug use, but he throws it in a book. So you have Oppo research that says something along those lines. What's the first thing he's going to say? I talked about that. I overcame those things. I'm just like everyday Americans. And let me say this. This is why hope matters in America. Then he's going to go into his Obama thing, and people are going to be like, oh, that's why I love him. It backfired. So just because you have Oppo research doesn't mean you always use it, because there are still some people in this world that will take what you have and use it against you. And for everybody on the other side, here's the most famous incident that happened in the 1984 election. Reagan was horrible in the first debate. There was rumors about him being too old. The opposition research was that he was falling asleep and taking naps in the White House. What did he say during the second debate? I'm not gonna use my opponent's youth and inexperience against him.
Right.
And guess what? All Mondale can do is laugh. The debate, nobody remembers the debate, and Reagan won 49 states. Sometimes you just can't use it.
But we were so interested in things that aren't important. And people, I just think about people. I'd like to have a beer with this person or that person. This is not what this is about. But a couple more
Cynthia, to that point, I'll give you a couple more things. To that point, I have always said, when I do stuff in public, there are two types of people that people try to follow and listen to. People that want to have a beer with that individual, or people that they want their kids to grow up with. And my thing has always been, and I don't drink beer, so I don't have that option. Now, I would also make the case that the people that you want making decisions should not be your beer buddy. Your beer buddy's going to be like, yeah, man, your wife ain't going to find out if you flirt with that girl. You're just flirting. What difference does it make? And the next thing you know, you're jammed up in divorce court in front of, Judge Mabel Lean talking about, but I did, and my buddy said, and buddy be like, I ain't say that. I don't remember that. Yeah, you were drunk off of 7 beers. Anywho, that's why you don't listen to the beer buddy. I digress. Go ahead, Cynthia.
Well, this just wanted me to talk about Bill Cosby or something. I don't know what that was about. But let me tell you, my husband was friends with Bill Cosby years ago. I mean, during the era of the pen relays and all that kind of thing. He had a picture of Bill Cosby and himself. They were at his mother's house, and this is the house his mother bought that she used to work in. But after all this came out, and I walked past this picture on our shelves, and I ignored it. One day I said to my husband, I didn't say anything. I looked at him and I pointed the picture. He took the picture down.
Oh, wow.
But he said he had no idea that Bill Cosby did the things he did. But now, on to Pennsylvania.
But hold on. Before you get to Pennsylvania, Cynthia, that goes to part of my point that I was trying to make to the other two gentlemen, which is this. Number one, you weren't going to have those type of accusations, even from white women, against a guy like Bill Cosby because he made too much money, he had too much fame, and you're talking about the 60s. Number two, those women, unless they came from the same exact type of status, we're not going to be inclined to say anything against a guy like Bill Cosby, even in the 60s, because there were too many people making money off of Cosby and the things that he was involved in. So it's like you're this working class white woman, age 24, talking about this multimillionaire making other multimillionaires a bunch of money. Who are they going to believe? Society would have just swept you underneath the rug and gone from there. Look, the Kennedys.
Another aspect of that.
Good.
But another aspect of the Cosby thing, I don't want to hear any complaints from women who knew he was married and they come back later. I don't want to hear it. You didn't respect his wife. You didn't respect yourself.
But before you get to Pennsylvania, to that point is another reason why you wouldn't have heard about it, because there's going to be the argument that, well, you were with a married man. You kind of knew what he was looking for. Why were you there? But yeah. He should not have done that. Two things can be true. You shouldn't have been hanging around and flirting with him.
True.
And but people don't understand. Once you get yourself jammed up, both things can be true. You disrespected the wife by even flirting with the guy, but then he also violated you, and it was a felony. But you feel like you can't say anything about number two because number one happened first. Go ahead to Pennsylvania before I let you go.
I used to live in Alabama. I went to UAB, and I knew what tornadoes were about. When you hear birds not singing, you need to take shelter. And when I moved back to Pennsylvania in the 80s, my mother and my parents and I and my husband, we were all at dinner. I looked at the sky, and the sky was like a greenish purple color at the restaurant we were eating. And I said, it looks like we're in another tornado. And I said to them, I didn't hear the birds singing this morning. Later that day, we had a tornado. Nature, I pay attention to nature, brother. And everybody else needs to do it too.
That's what hey, Cynthia, I appreciate your phone call. That's what you're supposed to do. I'm just saying people here in this region have to start learning those lessons. These were not lessons we really grew up with all that much. I'd have to imagine that was a rare tornado for this area. Now, there are other parts of Pennsylvania, they get them more often. But not southwestern Pennsylvania, not that much. Not that I recall. Maybe I'm wrong. 866-391-1020. Tell me if I'm wrong. But I don't remember there being these type of warnings happening. I don't remember so many people telling me about 1, 2, and 3 day stints without having power because of a strong storm that came through. Could be wrong. Appreciate your call as always, Cynthia. 866-391-1020. Joanne, I will get to you next, I promise, ma'am. And then I'm going to get to some other folks. It's we're playing the favorites today. Luciano, Dave, Dick. But after Joanne and after the break, here on the Marconi Award-winning News Radio KDKA.
The NFL Draft is the biggest sporting event ever hosted by Pittsburgh. And who does the NFL commissioner want to talk to about it? The voice of Pittsburgh. KDKA Radio has the exclusive with Roger Goodell, Monday at 9:30, only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, supervisor and funeral director. To keep the costs down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and DeLisandroLTD.com.
Come with me to get my Invisalign. They walked me through everything I needed to know. How long it'll take, how it works, and what to expect. Then it was time for the real part. They put on the attachments, they blend in with my teeth, they help the aligners grip your teeth and move them the right way. It felt a little weird at first, but honestly, not bad at all. They popped in my first set of aligners, showed me how to take them out, and that was it. I'm officially part of the Invisalign Club. I even wore them at a football game, super comfortable and easy to talk with. For someone who's always filming on the sidelines or covering sports nonstop, this fits my lifestyle perfectly.
Larry Older here. You know, one of the most rewarding parts of sharing Relief Factor with you is hearing real stories like that of Sandra. She tells us, I've been hearing about Relief Factor on the radio for a couple of years, and I finally decided to try it because nothing else was helping my back pain. I know the feeling. With a 3-week quick start, she said, I went for it. Now I feel like a new person. That's Sandra's own words, and it's so gratifying to hear. I've told you about my brother Kirk, having difficulty going up and down the stairs in the morning. He wouldn't listen to me. I told him to take Relief Factor. He finally did. Began moving better, feeling stronger. Too bad he didn't listen earlier. Try it for yourself. The 3-week quick start. And see how Relief Factor could be your game changer too. It is only $19.95. Think about it. Do the math. Less than $1 a day. So, call 800-4RELIEF. That's 800, the number 4RELIEF, or go to relieffactor.com, all one word, relieffactor.com. How will it feel to be out of pain? 800-4RELIEF, relieffactor.com.
As veterans, we've dealt with noise. From chains clanking as they're clamped onto cargo, to orders coming down the chain of command. We can handle that kind of noise. Back home, the noise is different. Seems like everyone's talking all at once and over each other because they just want to be heard. They're taking selfies and oversharing. But we know that it's not about hearing. It's about listening. Listening to what's actually happening with our fellow veterans. Understanding each other because we share the same experiences, the same vocabulary, following the same paths that others have walked. If only we can pick up the trail. Make the Connection is a place for veterans to hear stories from other veterans. Listen and learn about why you're not alone at maketheconnection.net.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
You know, I can do Guns N' Roses. I can do Guns N' Roses. Between Paradise City, Welcome to the Jungle, Sweet Child of Mine, and November Rain, I could do Guns N' Roses. Now, that said, A, I'm going back to the phone lines at 866-391-1020. B, if you ask me to name another Guns N' Roses song after that, then Wadata, you got me, my damie. Sadate. And if you know where that came from with Pop Culture Bingo, call 866-391-1020. You will win my admiration. Unless if your name's William Wilson, because we talk like that all the time. That said, going to Joanne in Point Breeze. She is now on KDKA.
All right, I'm going to hurry up and get my points across. Bill Cosby, I just could never understand why those women kept going up there by themselves to his home, and they know he was there by himself and knew he was coming on to him and didn't take a friend with him. So I would not have held him guilty because, I mean, it was just ridiculous what was going on there. The other thing, with these winds and storms...
Whoa. Was it... So, even though it could have been rape, you wouldn't have held him guilty?
All I'm saying is, you don't keep going to a man's home. You know he's married. None of his family's there. Keep going by yourself. You take a friend with you.
So Joanne, you're illustrating my point, which is you're saying this in 2026, and people are telling me that people would have spoken up in 1968 when he was on the rise and making a whole bunch of money, and the laws were much less progressive when it comes to these type of things. You're illustrating my point, but go ahead.
Okay. The other thing, with these storms and things, we have angered God our Father up in heaven and now down in earth with the filthiness and the wickedness that continues to go on.
But at the same exact time, so we didn't have storms like this from what was reported in the 1800s, and I would like to think that the wickedness of slavery, which and all that came in America and how everybody treated each other, including how the Native Americans were treated and how white immigrants were treated by the white people that were here, and slavery and we won't even talk about what was going on in Asia. We won't talk about what was going on in Europe with Napoleon. We didn't have this weather, so God was less angry then? I understand what you're trying to say, but I can't get down with it either.
That is only my belief, Lenny.
I understand.
That's how I feel about it. And I know all the history, not all the history, but I know a lot about the history and a lot of things that have happened. But, okay, the other thing, I cannot understand for the life of me why we keep accepting this loose cannon. And every time he says something, now what that FBI agent Mueller that had died, why would he make a comment like that? He's glad he's dead. He's
who he is, Joanne, and I don't think people are accepting it. I think people don't know what to do. I think that
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Here's my point. And if I have to hold you on, I will, and I'll give you the microphone after the fact. That's what I'm going to do because I'm about to go to news. Don't go anywhere because I'm coming back to you first, and I'll get to the others. I think more and more people are speaking up, but people either don't know what to do or they're taking the wrong tactics to address this. Look, you got, and I was going to get into this. I'd love to get into this eventually, but you got John Fetterman, who's supposed to be this independent voice that is now needling the left by saying, the Democratic Party is run by TDS. Well, if you're trying to be a statesman, you don't go into, those type of memes. John Fetterman's not a statesman. I know some of you all know that, but the rest of you all need to know. John Fetterman's not an independent mind. John Fetterman is trolling to kind of get to where he can get to. Now, if you're going to sit there and say, no, you don't understand. Yeah, I do understand. Because even the people that I spoke to that have said some pretty heinous things, I still call child of God on this radio station. And people that have debated me to my face and disagreed with me, I still shook their hand and said, thank you for being a proud American. We'll disagree on this, but I honor you as an American. I'm not calling them names. You could say that somebody's doing something that's wicked because it's wicked, but that's still defining or describing an action. Going into memes about TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, as a U.S. sitting senator that sometimes can't get basic facts right, that asked people to give them grace when he was running after a stroke in 2022, but now he wants to throw that around? But that's being an independent mind? No, that's being less than the office. And the problem is, Joanne, and I'll get your response after this, is there are too many people that either don't know how to respond to what they're seeing, they're not tolerating and they just don't know what to do, or their way of responding to it is either retiring from political office or being scared to say but so much or vote for certain people, or they're picking a side. And there's like, I'm going to troll in order to troll the troll. Gavin Newsom looking at you. John Fetterman looking over at you. We didn't get out of any of this stuff over the years doing that. Can you imagine if Abraham Lincoln had a cell phone and a podcast and he was doing that? 77 years ago, you haters from the South. That's why you talk with an accent, because you're stupid and we're winning the war. Yeah, that would have done us a whole lot of good. Joanne, I'll go back to you, then I'll go to Dick, Luciano, and Dave after the news on News Radio KDKA.
It's the biggest sporting event ever hosted by Pittsburgh. Hundreds of thousands will visit our great city. Millions will be watching worldwide. And NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is as excited as anyone that it's in Pittsburgh. The commissioner has unique ties to Pittsburgh, and Michael Bartley will have an exclusive interview with him about the upcoming draft and more. Live Monday morning at 9:30. Only on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Having trouble keeping up with your electric bill? Duquesne Light Company can help customers manage costs through their Customer Assistance Program. Flexible payment plans, budget billing, rebates, and more. Duquesne Light realizes these are difficult times, and they are all committed to supporting our communities. Discover how you can save money and stay comfortable in your home year-round by visiting DuquesneLight.com/assistance. That's DuquesneLight.com/assistance. Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Wendy Gillette. Iran fired on 2 areas in Israel evading defense systems. CBS News correspondent Charlie D'Agata from Tel Aviv.
Overnight, Iranian ballistic missiles slammed into parts of Israel, inflicting the kind of destruction not seen here since the start of the war. Nearly 200 wounded in strikes in the central cities of Dimona and Arad. And into the morning, hitting population centers such as Tel Aviv.
There's no end in sight to the war, now stretching into a 4th week. That's drawing criticism from some Democratic lawmakers, including House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
There is strong opposition right now to the notion that this war of choice that is reckless, that's costing the American people now more than $30 billion, should continue.
He spoke on CNN. A new CBS News poll asked Americans about their views on the economy. Deputy Director of Surveys Jennifer DePinto.
Expectations that the U.S. will head into a recession are trending up, while current views of the economy have ticked back down. This comes along a sharp spike in the percentage of people who've noticed rising prices. 85% say gas prices have been going up where they live. 32% now expect a recession over the next year, up from 26% who said that late last month.
President Trump says starting tomorrow, ICE agents will head to U.S. airports to help with overcrowding at security lines. Border czar Tom Homan told CNN they'll help with security efforts, though planning is still in the beginning stages.
There are certain parts of security that TSA is doing that we can move them off those jobs and put them in the specialized jobs, help move those lines.
A shocking discovery in Barbie doll packages at a discount store in Independence, Missouri. Fentanyl powder. WCTV's Ali Espinoza has more.
Most of those packages have been tracked down, but one is still out there. We're told a customer actually cracked this case open. They went back to the store after noticing an unusual white powder inside the Barbie packaging.
Thousands of residents of Honolulu, Hawaii are returning home after severe flooding forced evacuations. Mayor Rick Blangiardi.
Despite what has been, back-to-back incredible storm systems that have hovered over us and really impacted our island, no one died. To the best of my knowledge, there were no fatalities.
A boil water advisory is still in place in some areas. A flash flood warning was also issued today for Maui County. This is CBS News.
Go to the ends of the earth, half a world away. Reach for the stars.
If I take time to think, they might go get Brad.
On CBS, Sunday morning.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday. Scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents. So when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the one you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn safe listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
A celeb chef is taking her talents back to the writing board. CBS News correspondent Stacey Lynn has the details.
Celebrity chef Ina Garten is coming out with her first new cookbook in 4 years. She made the announcement on Instagram.
I'm really happy to let you know that I have a new cookbook coming out this fall. It's been a while, I know, and it's called Simply Ina. Because don't we all want cooking to be simple?
It's all about keeping things easy in the kitchen, like make-ahead meals and dishes with just a few ingredients.
Roast chicken. I can do this in my sleep.
The book drops October 20th and is already available for pre-order. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Saturday Night Live is crossing the pond. A new UK edition debuted last night to mostly positive reviews. Tina Fey hosted. The show has an 8-episode run on Sky One and Now. Wendy Gillette, CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Breezy and warm with some sun giving way to clouds this afternoon, high 79. Heavy thunderstorms late this afternoon and evening can bring damaging winds, hail, even a tornado. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mike just asked me if this was better, and I'm like, yes, it is. We're now in the 90s, and it's Prince. So, hold on, there's a caveat before I go back to Joanne. If you play pretty much any Prince, and I will know if it's Prince, don't be giving me the time stuff. If you do that, even if it's from 79, I don't really care about the time era. Even though this is from 91. Because, that's how Purple Nation gets down, as evidenced by my shirt. That said, Joanne, I'm going back to you. I'm going to let you finish, and then I'm going to go on to other college. But go ahead, ma'am, please.
Okay. I'm not going to talk about Fetterman because I don't trust McCormick either, but at least the two are trying to work together. And the last thing I want to say is...
So, hold on, whoa. What does that mean when, one, their votes don't match up, and number two, the only time that there's a crossover is when Fetterman crosses over to the right? There's not working together where you see a little bit of crossing over to the left, or they're coming together and trying to get 98 other people to do something that's a little bit more pragmatic or practical. This is usually Fetterman being on Fox News. This is Fetterman trolling Democrats. This is Fetterman trying to, I don't understand why we would hold back funding for ICE because, they're just trying their best. John Fetterman, that was lieutenant governor and was literally flying the gay flag and the marijuana flag outside his window. Who didn't even want to put on a suit while he was lieutenant governor. The guy that was mayor of Braddock was marrying people even though it was illegal at the time. That's how progressive he was. Now he's looking at the right and saying, you just have TDS because I'm going to support Israel. But don't you think, Senator, that we should ask the question about, I'm not going to ask anything of this president because we're at wartime? That's
all right.
I'm just
okay,
saying.
I agree with some of the things you're saying. That's the opinion of some, but I'll just keep my eye on it. The last thing I want to say quickly, because you know what? You're saying a one-party situation in Pittsburgh. Well, we have a one-party system in the federal government now. They won't speak up about this man, this loose cannon. They're afraid of their jobs. I wish we could vote them all out and put at least some new people in.
Well, you can.
And I don't care if they're 90 years old or they're 30 years old. We need them out of office.
You can do that, Joanne. Number one, it's called term limits. Nobody wants to do that. Number two, it's called get rid of all the gerrymandering, but nobody wants to do that. Everybody wants to protect their congressperson and not let them be vulnerable. Like, for example, if Summer Lee had an actual competitive race in 2026, and you had to put her in a competitive race, but it would allow 434 other races in the House of Representatives to also be truly competitive, would you do it?
Well, at least she's bringing money back to her neighborhood.
Joey, but that's what, and I appreciate you calling, I love you, but that's the epitome of why, one, we do have one-party rule in so many areas throughout the country that doesn't work. And number two, that's why Congress looks like it does, because Congress has an approval rating of 10% until you get to, quote unquote, my congressman, then everybody loves their congressperson. And you want to know why everybody loves their congressperson, Joanne, and others at 866-391-1020? It's because the congressional districts are gerrymandered to only include, like they used to say with cell phone plans, the friends and family plan. It's the friends and family district. You need to have people that aren't going to be there forever, that are going to be pragmatic, that will reach across the aisle on a regular basis and pull people into the middle. I wrote about this in my book, and I'll talk more about my book over the next several months as we get to August. But I talked about the inability, it's in the Federalist Papers. That's what I talked about. I quoted the Federalist Papers. It talks about how and why, all the way back to the Federalist Papers, before the ratification of this Constitution, where our founding fathers were saying you have to put into place measures where the extremes fight against each other and they're forced to be pragmatic. Well, when you gerrymander congressional districts and you gerrymander state house districts and you gerrymander state senate districts and you put no term limits in place, and then you put laws into place that say you can spend as much money as you want. Corporations are people too. Bricks are babies. And by the way, you don't have to know where all this money's coming from. And by the way, when you think that it's just the people on the right, go look at the labor unions, how much money they've spent over the years on elections. Go look at who your current county executive is and who the big money on the left got behind. Go look at how Ed Gainey became mayor and who the big money on the left got behind in that race. You can't say you want change if you only rail up against one part of the one-party system. It can't be about whataboutism. I get you got gridlock going on in Washington, D.C., and it's from the Republican Party leadership and saying we don't have to compromise, so we won't. I don't think they should take that tone. But I'm not going to excuse what goes on in Pittsburgh and in Allegheny County with a one-party system that's been here for decades. And then we look around and say, well, why do we have a budget shortfall? Why doesn't policing work in communities? Why are people leaving? Why can't we solve some of these problems that have been plaguing us for decades? It's the same reason. We call all these people thought leaders that want to think the same exact way. We want to do things the same exact way and wonder, well, why won't things change? I keep licking on this cyanide lollipop. Why do I feel dizzy all of a sudden? And there's the light in front of me, and I keep having this gravitation towards the light because it's cyanide, civically speaking. 866-391-1020. Going to Dave in San Francisco. Dave, you're on KDKA.
Oh, thanks, Lenny. Yeah, I normally don't agree with Anthony, but I kind of agree with his point about Cesar Chavez, and Cynthia too chimed in on it. And
what do you agree about in particular with it? That if J. Edgar Hoover had the information, he would have outed him years ago?
Well, not just J. Edgar Hoover, but yeah, and in fact, just earlier today, I was looking at a Facebook post on Betty White. She was very successful in the 50s, apparently, with an early television show, and she had. Let's see, I've forgotten his name. Was it Oliver? I'm trying to remember his name, and she lost her TV show because she refused to censor or take off a black artist. I think this might have been in the early 60s.
I remember.
It mentioned 1964.
I remember the incident.
Right. So, she lost her very successful, profitable show. And
what does that have to do?
This would have been concurrent with.
No, you're going down a rabbit hole. You're going down and you're connecting two things that don't connect. So.
Well, no, because Bill Cosby was on with I Spy in the early 60s.
Yes, and he was in the movies.
This with Huxtable, much later.
I understand that. He was in movies. He had I Spy. And, by the way, he was already a successful comedian that was selling albums and making money around the world. A lot of people were making money. And let me remind people, number one, some of the women that were making accusations were not white. They were Mexican. So we're talking about in the 60s and the 70s, a portion of people that were protesting, looking for their rights, which means that already from the outset, they're the underclass. So you tell me a time in America where a woman that belongs to the underclass got the respect of the civil court system or the criminal court system. There's not a time. Can you name a time where a woman from the underclass could go into the courts and say, "I'm an American, respect my rights"?
That's a given. I don't disagree with that.
Okay, so now
Bill Cosby was apparently immutable. And that becomes something more interesting. But the other thing I was just going to raise, and I know.
So are you agreeing with? Now, hold on. I want to get to the other point in a second. But now I'm curious. Are you agreeing with me or disagreeing with me? Because you're saying it seems as though you rested on you agree with me.
Well, I agree with Anthony's position that there's something strange about the whole trying to take down Cesar Chavez today. And, he laid out any number of different things. Cynthia did, too, about DNA and the opportunity to have destroyed the farm workers movement. I came to California to work on organic foods at getting a good standard, and that would have helped farm workers get medical care for exposure to pesticides. It would have set organic food standards worldwide. It would have helped create health care benefits for all of Americans by creating organic standards so that we wouldn't be poisoned daily by these phonies that are selling us junk food.
But I'm the one that brought up the DNA test, and I'm the one that said that if the victims would have not coalesced to what the FBI said, then you have no case. And on top of that, if you have no case from the people that were supposedly victimized because they didn't feel like they would get redress and they didn't want to sabotage the movement, because these are things we don't know. What happens if they said, look, we got the goods on him, we'll take him down if you corroborate? And they're like, okay, I can either get down with the government that killed, probably was behind killing Malcolm X, and probably had something to do with MLK, and I know you're infiltrating the Black Panthers. Do I really want to give you space to infiltrate this movement? Do I do that by outing the person that hurt me, or do I just Swallow this pride for the greater cause. Now, I want you to chew on that because I'm going to go to break. But before somebody says, oh, no woman would ever do that. Women have been doing that forever. Women have literally told themselves, it is better for me to suffer and not set back my family, set back my community, set back my pastor, set back my priest. I won't even go into the Catholic aspect of that as a cradle Catholic. So let's not act like people don't make those decisions every day trying to do the greater good for a greater cause, even when they were violated. Come on now. Let's not let our, patriarchy show. It's slipping. 866-391-1020. Dave, I'll get back to you after the break. I got to go to break here on News Radio KDKA.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com.
If you're carrying a lot of credit card or personal loan debt, every month can start to feel the same. All those bills, all those due dates, all that stress. There's a solution that's designed to make it easier for you. National Debt Relief could put you on the fast track to paying off your credit card debt, personal loans, and even medical debt for less than you owe, with just one low monthly payment you can afford. And no, it's not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. It's a real, affordable debt relief program that could save you lots of money. National Debt Relief has already helped over 1 million people with their debt and has thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more, don't wait. Call 800-300-4411 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-300-4411. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-300-4411 now to find out how much you could save.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
All right, before I go back to Dave in San Francisco, I got to go back to Mike and just let Mike know. This ain't Prince. I know you were trying to test me. You're like, I'll give him a softball question, see if he knows this. It was Ray Charles that did a country and western album, not Prince. By the way, could you imagine Prince doing a country and western album? With the pants that he wore during the MTV Music Awards back in 91. Talk about getting chapped on your way and riding your horse. That said, Dave, I'm going back to you. Continue, kind sir.
Well, the earliest news about the Cesar Chavez thing was that apparently this was in the New York Times investigation system for decades, and they never used it. And the thing that perked my ears up, of course, if you remember just a couple of years ago with the Stormy Daniels trial, the National Enquirer came into it. And that the National Enquirer would have a safe full of stories that they never ran. And they would use them as extortion. I think the publisher, David Pecker, was quoted on
keep going,
stand.
Keep going, because we got other callers.
They asked him, how many stories do you have in your safe? And he said hundreds of thousands of stories that they never ran because they were blackmailing.
Yeah, but you know what you need Dave? You need people that will corroborate the stories. So again...
I agree.
So I go back... But hold on. I go back to the point that I made previously. You're not just talking about, Donald Trump messing with a porn star. You're talking about a labor movement leader that did change the world. And there will be women that will sit there and say, I can get justice for myself, but I'm looking at my cousins, my relatives, my friends and family, my people that may suffer and not get what I want them to get or what they deserve, because the person that's making the most change will get outed because of me. That is a horrible, horrible choice for some people to have to make. And there are people that have had to make that choice. And in this instance, it sounds like some of the women that eventually corroborated the story 30 years after he's gone might have had to have made that choice in the late 60s and early 70s.
Well, that may be so, and actually this gets into whether or not J. Edgar Hoover was alive at the point where this was, where the births happened. But there were two different angles that I'd just perk up on with. If you've ever heard the expression bread and circuses, the intent was to keep food prices low, far lower than reality, and then make some grandiose circuses to keep the people's mind entertained while they're being cheated in 100 ways.
Well, and people, Dave, I appreciate your call. They're not being entertained right now. They're being distracted, but not entertained. This is a little different, unfortunately, what's going on right now. And even this story coming out, sometimes it is Occam's razor. It is, they're going to plan this huge celebration of this guy, and somebody gets older, they're 60s, 70s, 80s, and they go, F it. You know what? You want to celebrate him, go ahead. But you're going to also know this happened too. Maybe they weren't trying to cancel him. But they could sit there and look, if you're one of the women that got violated, and you're 76 years old, 77 years old, I'm just throwing stuff out there. I can see a woman saying, you know what? Now you want to put a statue up of him? Look, you want to do that, it's fine. But you're going to at least know what happened to me. And you're going to understand that you're able to put that statue up because I kept my mouth shut in 1969, in 1971. By the way, some of the people that made the accusations, they were minors at the time. So again, this whole, can you imagine if? No, not if they were 15 years old. Not if you got the type of father that would say, my friend would never do that to you. How dare you make that accusation? Because there are parents that would do that. There are plenty of girls throughout America in everyday situations, much less in high profile situations, that get touched by a boyfriend or some family friend. They go to the family member, dad or mom. They don't get support. They get, how dare you make that accusation? Who do you think you are? And they get thrown out of the house. They get put on punishment. They get demeaned. They get called names. And that's in an everyday situation where you can just call an uncle and beat the dude down. Not in a situation where history's on the line. It's as if people, look, folks, I love y'all, and you all are some really smart people. And you do critical thinking. So you're unlike the average American. And we benefit from that on News Radio KDKA. And that's why I say call 866-391-1020. like I just did. You see how I kind of did two things at once? I used it as an example, but yet I was also telling you to call in. Yet at the same time, you have to make sure that you contextualize the era and multiple facts at the same exact time. You all do that pretty well also. However, there are other things to consider that you got to consider with these things. Whether it's Chavez or we're talking about, Fetterman and TDS. And quote unquote being stately at a time where being stately means I'm going to call out my party and call them names. Or the first time I say something that I disagree with President Trump on, it's like, Lenny has TDS. No, I have athlete's foot. I don't have TDS. And I got some, Dr. Scholl's for that. Leave me alone. That's my business. Mind your business. You know who you are out there in Florida. That said, when you look at these things, you have to, and we just don't do this as a society anymore, not you all, but as a society. You got to look at the 360-degree perspective of a thing. Whether it's current events and a story like this, or public policy, or international affairs, which, by the way, is, we haven't even touched upon that yet, between ICE in the airport starting tomorrow and the 48-hour threat of we're going to blow up your power plants if you don't reopen up the Strait of Hormuz, which, by the way, if that happens, if that threat is carried through, it is World War III. It just is. It may not be very long. It doesn't have to be years long. But we are certainly talking about real war, despite what some people call an excursion. Craig in West Virginia, don't go anywhere. Dick in Dayton, I'm going to you next. But I'm going to the news on News Radio KDKA.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found Good RX. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's Good RX, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And TaxSlayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention TaxSlayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. Get your start started with my kind of party. We're sitting in a console. All right, now what y'all say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready? You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Ross Park Mall, and Broken Bow Records.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. More than 100 people are injured after Iranian missiles struck Israel overnight. CBS's Charlie Daggett.
We're at the scene of one of those strikes, destruction in every direction. But officials tell me as bad as this was, it could have been a lot worse because it landed in the middle of a block of apartment buildings instead of on top of one.
The strikes come after Israel hit Iran's main nuclear enrichment facility. The U.S.-Israeli war against Iran is in its fourth week, and House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries tells CNN he wants answers from the Trump administration.
They've got no vision, no plan, no exit strategy.
They clearly didn't anticipate some of the things that have happened, including the closure of the Strait of Hormuz.
What about President Trump's order for ICE agents to assist understaffed TSA agents at airports?
We'll put together a plan today, and we'll execute tomorrow.
Borders are Tom Homan is in charge. Homan on CNN. CBS News Brief, I'm Heather Bosch.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
For 50 years, Center for Victims has stood beside more than 1 million crime victims, providing supportive services and 24/7 crisis response across our community. Join them April 9th for their 50th anniversary gala, Lighting Candles in the Darkness, an inspiring evening of hope, healing, and resilience. Get ready for Pour at the Park at South Park, a fundraiser for the Allegheny County Parks Foundation on Saturday, May 16th in South Park. Enjoy beer, cider, and spirit tastings, delicious food trucks, live entertainment by Z-Town Street Band, and fabulous raffle baskets. Plus, bring your family. Your kids will love the discovery activities with Coach Dave. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
Time for more of those magical March savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, center cut bone-in pork loin chops or roast for $2.49 a pound. In the produce department, easy to peel wonderful halos, 3-pound bags, $3.99 each. In our deli department, available every Friday, Coons battered dipped fish sandwiches, $11.99 each. Additional savings this week, Fiora 12 roll bath tissue, $3.99 each.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Reach like
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A severe thunderstorm watch is in effect until 10 p.m. this evening. Well, some strong thunderstorms early tonight that could produce large hail and damaging winds. Cloudy and much colder overnight, low 37. Clouds give way to some sun tomorrow, high 43. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, here we go. Gonna have a great weekend, and when I catch you on Monday, Pirate Baseball. Colin Dunlap, I'll see you right after Pirate Baseball on Monday, right here, KDKA.
Mike, this is not Prince either. Do you not know what the heck? Oi. But this is the song that keeps running in my head, so maybe that does apply. You gotta hear you gotta hear that kick in before you can let it fade. 866-391-1020. Lenny McAllister here until 6 o'clock. Merv Moorhead is here from Blood Cancer United. He and I will talk at the bottom of the 5 o'clock hour about the fantastic fundraising initiative he is leading. I am part of it. I beg forgiveness to all of those wonderful teammates that are raising money to bring awareness to the research and the work that's done, the support that's done to help people that are fighting some sort of blood cancer. My life has gotten crazy. I mean, again, I kind of told you about, even I started the show, I told you about what I'm doing this week. I'm going to be in Philadelphia twice, or Valley Forge, not Philadelphia, but Philadelphia also. Twice in the next 6 days, and work, and kids, and a gorgeous wife, and this forthcoming book. So it's been a blessing. It's just been very busy, and I was also volunteered, voluntold, asked, begged, cajoled with adulation to be a baseball coach on top of everything else. All of those things are not true. Except for the fact that I would be a baseball coach as well, which I also enjoy, because I enjoy being around the kids. And I got some of my old players back, and they're good kids, and they come from good families, so that'll be fun as well. So, all that said, I'm going to have a chance to talk to another one of those alums from St. Bart's University at the bottom of the 5:30 hour. In the meanwhile, 866-391-1020, going to Craig in West Virginia. He is now on KDK.
How you doing today, Lenny?
I'm doing well, child of God. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Hey, by the way, I was in Winston-Salem back when you were down in North Carolina. I spent quite a few years down there.
Dig that. So one of the things I brought up was, so you're familiar with I-40, right?
I sure am.
So have you ever gone to the Cracker Barrel on I-40?
What's it close to? Which city?
Greensboro? More Greensboro, yes.
Yeah, I actually worked on that highway project, the Greensboro to Raleigh-Durham highway project. So more than likely I was there.
So check this. So when I gave my guest lecture at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, I brought up the fact that I had a very memorable public policy and current events and cultural events debate with the late, and I hate saying the late, but the late Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. at that Cracker Barrel over pancakes and his dinner, and people were just like, when we did it, people were amazed that Jesse Jackson walked in and we're sitting there getting, dinner at Cracker Barrel, and I'm getting pancakes. Second of all, the students that I were talking to, one of them was just like, I just went to that Cracker Barrel with my family last week. You're telling me that you were there with Jesse Jackson? I was like, yeah. Just kicking it. It was like 4:15 in the afternoon. So it's the epitome of, we all do everyday things. That's why we're all a common people, not just Americans, but, part of the human race. And sometimes the similarities run in places where you don't think that they would run.
No doubt. Yeah, if you took about 5 more steps across my mailbox, I was on Wake Forest campus.
Wow.
But I always wanted to tell you that, but I always forgot. But reason I called today, once again, another good show.
Thank you.
But here's what today's show has told me. We heard the most disgusting thing that, at least in my opinion, that has ever come out of a president's mouth, talking about Robert Mueller. And yet the conversation, the majority of the conversation today was Chavez. And not that that's not a topic. It's current events. I get it. But in my mind, Donald Trump has stooped so low that it's just expected that this kind of garbage is going to come out of his mouth, that he'd be talking about a person who volunteered for Vietnam, didn't get drafted, volunteered for Vietnam, Purple Heart. And you got a president that says he's glad he's dead, and it's a blip on the radar.
Well, here's the reason why, Craig. I've determined that the Trump era is less about Donald Trump, and it is all about the American people. It is less about who Donald Trump is, and it's all about who do we decide we're going to be now. And part of the reason why it's a blip is because so many Americans do not want to take that hard look in the mirror and ask themselves, who do I want to be as an American? And who do we need to be as Americans? And then act in that way moving forward. And you gotta admit, Craig, most people, if they're 30 pounds overweight, won't look in the mirror and say, I'm going to stop going to Dairy Queen 3 times a week. Most alcoholics need literally an intervention before they realize I'm an alcoholic. And those are things that will literally end your life. Your civic life, people take being an American for granted. They take American constitutional rights for granted. And so when you take that for granted, like breathing air until you don't have the air anymore, when you take these things for granted and then you're asked to look in the mirror and make a determination, not about what Donald Trump is doing, about what you're going to do as a result, more people are inclined to be like, I'd rather talk about somebody else being a jerk or being a rapist. I'd rather talk about what I saw, with Afro Man in the lawsuit that he had in Ohio. I'd rather talk about March Madness or the draft coming to Pittsburgh, not something as robust and foundationally important as who are we becoming when these things are normal.
Here's the thing. I understand the appeal of Donald Trump to the deer camp, the guys at the deer camp. I've been to a lot of deer camps, and that's the way they talk at a deer camp. I get it. But this country is being held hostage by a deer camp of 2 million people. I don't even think that MAGA is even 5 million people anymore. But those 2 million people are loud enough and threatening enough that I don't know if the politicians are afraid to make a decision, because I really don't understand what the Democratic Party is doing right now, just sitting back on their haunches. I was a big Chuck Schumer fan. It's time for Chuck Schumer to go. We need people like Chris Murphy in there that is going to raise Cain, speak loud, and get down into the trenches just like the MAGA guys do. And that's where we need to be. We truly do. It's really starting to worry me and bother me, but yet worry me that the Democratic Party is not fighting back more. You look at Ronald Reagan. When he became president, he went to Congress to say, am I able to accept my pension from being governor in California? And he was allowed. Barack Obama went to Congress and said, am I able to accept the money that comes along with the Nobel Peace Prize? And he was allowed. You got this guy who won't go to Congress on anything. He has made $1.4 billion in 14 months. $1.4 billion. Now there's a new coin coming out. Pokemon cards, tennis shoes. Listen, Jimmy Carter sold his peanut farm just so there wasn't a conflict of interest. It's time. It is when he said what he said about Mueller, it's time for him to go. And I'm going to give you one quick pushback.
Let me say this, Craig. You're telling me the Mueller comment was the bridge too far for you?
Well, I still can't wrap my head around that he got reelected after January 6th. I really can't. I truly, I will never. I could sit there for day after day after day with every Republican that could explain it to me, and I'm never, ever going to be able to wrap my head around that. I'm never going to. Like I said.
You can't. I can explain it to you very clearly. He ran against three of the most unpopular candidates in American history, and 2 of them were women, and one of them was a black woman. And there are people, there are people, and by the way, even with Hillary Clinton, it was somewhat about her being a woman, but it was also the fact that she was Hillary Clinton, and there was 30 years of just animus baked into the cake by that point in time when it came to her specifically. And on top of that, you had one black woman that was married to a white woman, so she didn't have the connection to the black community that she could have had. And the white woman that ran in 2016 called black kids super predators.
Well, you got to look at this decision in the last election this way. Kamala Harris was the only person that had access to the campaign funds. That's the way the law was written. So we had no choice. And not that I don't think she's not qualified.
You do have a choice, Craig. You choose the candidate that you think's going to win, and then you do the best that you can with money. I'm going to let you say one final thing, then I'm going to go back to one more phone call. Two more phone calls. The first thing is, Hillary Clinton had all the advantages on her side, and Obama ran anyway and still won. You don't have to pick the person that has access to the money. Money doesn't always allow you to win. Donald Trump had no money. He just had free access to the media in 2015 and 2016. And you see who's been president now twice. So it's not just about the money.
Okay, Joe Biden won over half the swing states in the primary. You never leave your wingman. So I'm sticking with Joe Biden. I was one of the only people who called KDK when that decision was made. And once again, I don't think that Kamala was qualified. She was very well qualified. And I still thought she would win after January 6th. But that's my biggest mistake I've ever made, was to think that. Real quick, and I'll let you go.
Very quickly.
We're talking about campaign funds. Let's keep in mind that February 10th of 2010, the Supreme Court was made up of 5 Republicans and 4 Democrats.
Craig.
Citizens United, which allowed all the dark money to go into politics, all 5 Republicans voted for it, all 4 Democrats voted against it.
Hold on, Craig. Before you go someplace with that, and who benefited from that? Was it just the Republicans or both sides?
What I'm saying is that I don't like that the Democrats take the money, but you can't let the Republicans take the money and get steamrolled. You have to get down in the trenches with them. We voted against it. Let's keep that in mind, that the Republican Party put dark money into politics.
Craig, and I appreciate your phone call. No, the Republican Party did not put dark money into politics. 5 judges that may have been appointed by Republicans put dark money into politics, quote unquote, to quote you. Because the truth of the matter is, you can make the case that, okay, if it were just about partisan votes, how did we get Obamacare passed in 2012? How did it survive the Supreme Court scrutiny? There were 5 Republicans then, including the Chief Justice. So it was 5 justices that voted for it. 4 justices didn't. And both political parties take advantage of it. TJ and Dick, I'll get to you after the break on News Radio KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Have you saved enough? What are you going to do with Social Security? What will your taxes look like in retirement? Kurt Knodik and Ethan Lane at Accurate Solutions Group believe retirement planning should be easy and you should be able to get all the information you need in one place. That's why Kurt and Ethan's team created the Your Retirement Kit, a comprehensive resource for your retirement. In it, you'll find a copy of the Retirement Income Planning Booklet. This booklet will help guide you through retirement with insight on taxes, Social Security, income, and more. To get a copy of your retirement kit, text KIT to 412-515-3355. In addition to the booklet, you'll also receive updated resources on some of retirement's most common concerns. Help simplify your retirement planning. Claim your retirement kit from Kurt Knodik and Ethan Lane now by texting KIT to 412-515-3355. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable. Ooh, gas station sushi. That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
Eight six six 391-1020. Going back to the phone lines. Dick and Dayton, you're on KDKA.
Hey, Lenny, what a great job you're doing today. Man, you're talking about, the freedoms of it. Something I wanted to get past, I live near Cincinnati.
Okay.
What do you believe? I know President Biden was supposed to do something, but the infrastructure going towards Cincinnati over those bridges, Lenny, are terrible.
I've been over there. I've been there. I've driven where you're talking about recently, no less.
I'm saying, don't you think we need, because they shake, and what happens if I know there's bad ruts and they need to? I've been there in the Miamisburg. They got to work on these tracks. They're broken up, and where the barges go through, the walls are bad. But don't you think with the barges and everything, we should be protected better by the building of the walls, and past these bridges, you go through 3 bridges and stuff?
Hey, Dick, I appreciate your phone call, and yes, I do. This is what local, state, and federal officials should be focused on versus a lot of the culture wars that people are waging, because it's really cool when I get clicks, and I'll be able to raise, $20 million off of this over the course of 6 months. While bridges are still, shaky at best, and in some instances collapse, like we had a couple of years ago here in Pittsburgh, and we had in Minneapolis and other places. All right, I got 2 minutes. TJ and Carrick, you're on KDK.
Just enough for the knockout blow, Lenny. I just wanted to even deliver the knockout blow. We voted for Trump to stop the Democrat Party from destroying America. That was the whole reason we voted for Trump, to stop the Democrat Party from destroying America. Just think of it, Lenny. If Kamala and Obama would have got into
It's not Kamala. I keep telling you that. I hung up on you because if you're going to deliver the knockout blow, you can't swing and miss and slip on a banana peel. Eddie Murphy told you, TJ, never fall for the banana in the tailpipe. You just fell for the banana in the tailpipe. All I ask is for you to make your point. I can deconstruct your point without you saying Kamala. That annoys me. Call in next week. That annoys me. You know what her name is. She was vice president for 4 years. She ran for the presidency. We know that the mispronunciation of her name is a trope. Don't do that. Let me hear your point with it, you having to do that. That, by the way, seems to be, it's not even seeming. That's the feature, not the bug of the MAGA movement. It's, I can't make a point without insulting somebody. It's the point that I made about John Fetterman. He can't criticize the Democratic Party over the last week without saying the Democratic Party is led by TDS. Why say that if you're trying to be the Democratic leader that's standing up as an independent voice? Do you need to insult the other side? No. You're just trying to find a place to run and hide now, because the poll numbers have indicated that John Fetterman started out at like 68% approval rating in January 2023 because he was known as being a far left progressive. Now he is literally at like, I don't know, 6% approval rating with the Democrats. He's going to be a Republican if he runs for re-election. Or he's going to be the favorite Democrat on Fox News. And he'll make $3, $4, $5 million a year going on there criticizing the Democratic Party. There was a black attorney that did the same thing. They used to use him to be the Democrat they would bash on Fox News, and then one day he saw the light. He became a Republican. Now he's on there as a Fox News contributor that saw the light. That's what Fetterman's going to become if he tries to run for re-election and gets whacked, politically speaking. But TJ, look, man, you know I love you, man. You know I have you on the show. You know I don't mind you coming on. I don't mind anybody coming on. But not the tropes. Not the tropes. And think of it, I'm trying to be fair. I do this anywhere from 4 to 10 hours a week. I could literally fill the shows with nothing but tropes. I'm trying to build bridges here. I'm going to be a bridge builder. I'm going to have an environment where we do that. Because to your point, and to many people's points, America is on the line. We got to keep the left and the right and those extremes from destroying America. Like the economy is apparently getting destroyed. And like our international reputation is on its way to being destroyed. And our ability to teach history in a fair and balanced way is being destroyed. And our trust and faith in each other has been continuously getting attacked and being destroyed. I want to fix all those things and make sure there's an America for my grandchildren and great-grandchildren. So let's try it again next week. Be the first caller next week so I can give you plenty of time. Love you, man. Be safe out there throughout the week. And be better. Or, as the First Lady likes to say, be best. Coming back after the news on News Radio KDKA.
It's the biggest sporting event ever hosted by Pittsburgh. Hundreds of thousands will visit our great city. Millions will be watching worldwide. And NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is as excited as anyone that it's in Pittsburgh. The commissioner has unique ties to Pittsburgh, and Michael Bartley will have an exclusive interview with him about the upcoming draft and more. Live Monday morning at 9:30. Only on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by JTV.com.
I'm Heather Bosch. President Trump today confirmed he's ordering ICE agents to report to the nation's airports tomorrow to help TSA officers. Passengers say
ICE agents here would cause a very stressful traveling environment that wouldn't lead to better lines, smoother efficiency.
I think having ICE agents wouldn't be appropriate.
And if it's making America safe, why not?
Trump says ICE agents will arrest illegal immigrants. Border Czar Tom Homan says they'll also secure airport exits and entrances so TSA agents can focus on passenger screenings. CBS's Skylar Henry is in Atlanta.
Wait times becoming the norm here at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport and at airports all across the country as TSA officers continue to call out. Checkpoints at airports all across the country have been forced to close.
TSA agents aren't getting paid during the partial government shutdown. After catastrophic flooding. Evacuation orders are starting to lift in Hawaii, but communities are facing a long cleanup. Ocean Safety Chief Kurt Lager.
With the amount of rainfall and the rivers breaking open at the beaches, there is a lot of debris that has gone into the water.
He says stay out of that water. Iran has vowed to completely shut down the Strait of Hormuz if the U.S. acts on President Trump's threat to target its power plants. And the BBC's David Harper reports.
Iran's top military commander said energy and oil facilities, as well as technology and desalination plants across the region, would be considered legitimate targets. On Saturday, President Trump threatened to obliterate Iran's power plants if Tehran didn't reopen the strait within 48 hours.
The war is disrupting oil production and shipments. CBS News Boston's Paul Burton says Americans are paying for it.
As gas prices continue to rise, commuters are figuring out ways to cut back on spending in order to save.
Of course I'm worried about them going up. Trying to think of maybe getting a different vehicle.
AAA says right now the average price of gasoline in the U.S. is nearing $4 a gallon, up $1.30 since the war in Iran began. Leslie Welsh is on her way to work and tries to find a shorter route every day to cut back on the painful prices she's experiencing at the pump.
It impacts it quite a bit, right? Trying to think of maybe being able to work from home a couple days.
CBS's Wendy Gillette says Cuba is facing its own energy challenge.
Cuba's power grid collapsed Saturday night after a major power plant in the country's east failed and went offline. Power was then knocked out to around 10 million people. The first step was to establish microsystems of closed circuits to bring back electricity to hospitals, food distribution, and water supply centers.
This is CBS News.
Looking for spring jewelry looks? Find them at Jewelry Television. New customers get $20 off purchases of $99 or more at jtv.com.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up jtv.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at jtv.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents. So when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the one you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
A pantry staple first introduced during the Great Depression is making a comeback.
Strapped for cash but need to feed the family? Reach for the can of Spam.
You don't say ham, you say Spam.
The old school canned meat is seeing a surge in popularity as grocery prices remain high. Hormel Foods says sales have climbed steadily, with the brand posting record gains in 9 of the last 10 years. At just over $4 a can, shoppers are embracing its affordability, long shelf life, and versatility. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. A Maryland man who stopped by a grocery store to buy fried chicken also brought scratch lottery tickets. He told Maryland lottery officials he bought 2, which earned him $50. Feeling pretty good, he bought 1 more and won $1 million. He plans to pay off his mortgage and put the rest into savings for his kids. I'm Heather Bosch. This is CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Severe thunderstorm watch is in effect until 10 o'clock this evening, as we will have some strong thunderstorms into early tonight, which could produce large hail and damaging winds. It will be cloudy and cooler, low 37. Breezy and cooler tomorrow with some sun, high 43. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Welcome back to News Radio KDKA. Lenny McAllister here. You have the number 866-391-1020. I'm talking to Dr. Roger Mitchell Jr. He's the 126th president of the National Medical Association. Appreciate you joining me here on News Radio KDKA. Good afternoon, kind sir. How are you?
No, it's great to be here, Lenny. Thanks for taking the time.
So you come into this role at a very crucial time, because unlike the last time that President Trump was in office, where there was a pandemic, this time we're seeing services being cut, and we're seeing the angst around all different types of Americans as a result of some of the issues that have been coming down from the administration. As a medical professional, what types of things do you have to do, not only as a practitioner, but now as the head of this association? What types of things you have to focus on in order to help people be as healthy as possible moving forward in 26?
Well, again, thank you. You know, the National Medical Association is the oldest and largest group of Black physicians in the country. We started in 1895 on very similar premise that we're dealing with today. This notion that there is a need for equity in the delivery of healthcare and the practice of medicine. And so just another little bit of history. In 1965, it was the National Medical Association that stood up for the creation of Medicaid and Medicare, the government safety net healthcare delivery in this country. And so now we find ourselves 60 years later having a very similar conversation around healthcare delivery. And that conversation is having equal access to care. And so in 2025, this past summer, we know that H.R. 1 was ratified, a tax bill that ultimately is that is being doubled as a healthcare finance bill, doubling as a healthcare a bill in itself. And we know at its beginning it was a tax bill and still is a tax bill, looking to cut dollars, not looking to provide the best level of care that this country needs. And so now in 2026, we are having conversations on the national level and policy and advocacy and education of not only our providers and physicians, but also politicians and legislators about the effects of taking millions of people off of Medicaid and how that's going to affect not only the community, but the economy. We also know that this administration has sown distrust in science and medicine, suggesting that even simple constructs that we've supported for years and decades, like the measles vaccine, is something that we need to be worried about. Now we have measles outbreaks all over the South, and the first thing that this administration says is, well, you should probably get vaccinated. These mixed messages creates distrust. And so we spend a lot of time as the individual physician members, but also as an organization, leveling the playing field surrounding the amount of information and type of information that our patients and our community are getting. And so one message from that is you should have a strong relationship with your primary care provider, with your doctor. Get your information directly from your physician, because we can't trust what we thought were the most trusted institutions like the Centers for Disease Control, like Health and Human Services. We cannot trust the information that's coming out of those organizations. And so your filter must be the relationship you have with your provider. And if you don't have a provider, that's the most important thing to do, is to get yourself a physician, a healthcare provider that you can trust.
Now, Dr. Mitchell, you have served in multiple roles that have this intersection between public policy and medical practice. Part of it, obviously, is when you're in Washington, D.C., they're kind of all, blended together. But you specifically have held roles as an elected official influencing public policy, while at the same exact time making sure that people stay healthy from a practitioner standpoint. Tell me a little bit about how that unique experience is helping you serve the administration, but also the people you have to serve to stay healthy and kind of get through these very interesting times.
Well, yeah, I did serve as the deputy mayor for public safety and justice, and probably was the only physician to have to serve in a criminal justice leadership role in the history of Washington D.C. and I probably suggest in the history of this country. And that largely is because I'm a medical examiner. I'm a forensic pathologist, and I uniquely sit in the intersection between law and medicine, particularly serving as an expert witness in trials, and then also a public health expert who supports outbreaks like the opioid crisis outbreak that we've seen in our country, but also the COVID outbreak. I was the mass fatality manager for Washington, D.C. during COVID. And then right during that COVID time, I was deputy mayor and served as the deputy mayor when we protected the Capitol as Washington, D.C. So you said it right. I've had a unique experience. And I think what it does is that what we need to understand is that there's the law of interconnectedness. There is an interconnection between the human experience. W.E.B. Du Bois calls it the 5 major policy areas: education, economics, housing, healthcare, and criminal justice. And if he was here today, he would include environmental justice. And those designations are really false designations, Lenny. They help us as humans be able to understand our environment by putting things in categories. But really, education is just as related to jobs as jobs is related to housing, as housing is related to healthcare.
Exactly.
There is so much overlap there is the existence that we have is overlap. And so when we talk about how we deliver care in this country, we need to be delivering it understanding the social determinants of health, right? Where we live, love, work, play, and have our being. And it's those places, including our biology, but mostly our environment in those places that lead to better outcomes or poor outcomes. And we can predict how we respond to care and what types of disease or injury burden we have in community based upon zip code more than based upon blood type. And so it's also important for us to have these complex conversations and hold our elected officials accountable to the complex conversations and using evidence to solve our problems, not just dollar signs and cents.
So let's just kick it real for just a second, if I can, Dr. Mitchell. I'm talking to Dr. Roger Mitchell here on News Radio KDKA, 866-391-1020. You and I have been black our whole lives. I'm assuming that's true for you. I know it is for me.
It is absolutely true for me.
So we're kin on that. However, you have been black and a black doctor since you've been a doctor. But since you've come into this role, I have to imagine that understanding what it means to be a black doctor has taken an even deeper definition and understanding. Can you talk to me a little bit about what you learned about what it means to be an African-American doctor at the head of this organization, things that you might not have thought about when you were practicing just as a brother that, went through medical school and did your thing, proud member of the community, but not quite in this leadership role?
Yeah, I think I'll hedge a bit on this question, largely because my grandfather was one of the first black physicians in New Jersey. He graduated Howard Med in 1932 and was a black bag doc there in Atlantic City, New Jersey. And
so as they say, you ain't new to this.
No, I'm not. I grew up at the feet of my grandfather and him serving in a Green Book style type of healthcare delivery in community in a way.
So let's hold on. Before you keep going, we got to explain to some of the folks what that means. What that means is in a Green Book existence, that means that you can't stop at every rest stop. You can't stop at every restaurant. You cannot stop at every motel while you're still trying to provide service to people that are in critical need. That's important because most folks know what a Green Book is, but I just want to make sure everybody knows what a Green Book is.
No, and even
Please continue, kind sir.
the patient themselves couldn't go just to any hospital, or house calls were the norm for Black communities because black doctors. Although my grandfather had a brick and mortar next to his house, right there at his home, many would have to receive care in their kitchens because of the lack of access in the area, white only hospitals. And so I grew up with this notion of what it was to be a Black physician and how critical it is to be community. And this is before there was research that suggests that there are better outcomes for patients when their physician shares cultural background and cultural sensitivity to their doctor. And so the literature bears that out. And so I have been clear throughout my young life, even when I wanted to become a doctor, the importance of being a physician that looked like the community that we wanted to serve. And then as a forensic pathologist that deals in the death and premature death of our community, it becomes even more important. But to your point, now as the 126th president of the National Medical Association, in a time when there is this notion that being a Black doctor, somehow someone gave something to you, somehow I didn't pass every single exam just like everyone else, that somehow
you mean you had to take biology courses? You had to take real biology courses?
Well, yeah, I not only had to take real biology courses, I had to take the MCAT and get in. I had to take all the standardized examinations. I served as chief resident of my residency at George Washington University, and have been chief
There's that extra burden you have to go through to deal with, and I say that facetiously, of course. There's that extra burden that you have to deal with to set expectations where you still got to be professional at a time where people are increasingly feeling as though they don't have to be professional with you. Is that fair?
Well, the thing about it is that I never show up like a victim. And the reality of our excellence and the ability to be excellent is that people ultimately want that excellence wherever it exists. So I had to be excellent in order to be a physician.
Exactly.
And even more than some around me. Well, that excellence translates into, well, wow, he should be our chief resident. They had to pick over people that didn't look like me to make me chief resident. I didn't campaign to be chief resident. I was chosen by a group of attending physicians to be chief resident. And so these types of experiences let me know how important the mirror of relevancy is, the importance of other Black young men seeing someone like me and thinking that they can become a doctor. So one of the big things that we do at the National Medical Association is workforce, right? We want to make sure that we have a pathway for young people that want to be doctors to be mentored and to come through and have people to talk to about their unique experiences culturally, but also ensuring that we're excellent in meeting all the standards and all the tests and all the scores so that we don't have barriers to entering into medical school. Right now, the Liaison Committee on Medical Education that sets the agenda for admissions into medical school has removed the requirement for diversity in the retention and recruitment of medical students. So in other words, there is no requirement for Black and brown students to be admitted into any medical school. And so it's up to the medical school.
And I'm going to hold you there because I want to take a break real quick, come back and finish up the segment because I want to talk about the importance of that to our society, not just to any one community. I'm talking to Dr. Roger Mitchell Jr., MD, here on News Radio, KDKA.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
Why deal with crowded hotels and packed pools when you can have the whole place to yourself? At SWAC Vacation Rentals, some homes come with private lazy rivers, indoor pools, massive game rooms, and outdoor kitchens built for the whole crew. These aren't hotel rooms, they're private vacation playgrounds, managed by us, cared for by us, and ready when you arrive. And when you book direct, you keep more of your vacation budget where it belongs with you. Find your unforgettable stay at SWAC. SWACKvacations.com. That's SWACvacations.com.
Time for more of those magical March specials at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Tantisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, Hershey's deviled crabs are 2 for $3. In the produce department, fresh red ripe strawberries 1-pound packages 2 for $5. In our deli, available every Friday, Coons batter dipped fish sandwiches $11.99 each. Additional savings this week, selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper 6-pack half-liter bottles are 4 for $16.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh body repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
It's the biggest sporting event ever hosted by Pittsburgh. Hundreds of thousands will visit our great city. Millions will be watching worldwide. And NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is as excited as anyone that it's in Pittsburgh. The commissioner has unique ties to Pittsburgh, and Michael Bartley will have an exclusive interview with him about the upcoming draft and more. Live Monday morning at 9:30, only on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
I'm back with Dr. Mitchell. Lenny McAllister here, 866-391-1020. Dr. Mitchell, you were talking about how there are no requirements to bring in a higher sense of diversity into the medical field. But that's from a strategic standpoint, that's very dangerous for Americans as a nation, not just for African Americans as a community. Can you continue to dive into what you were saying and talk about why that is not good for us collectively?
Well, it's not good for us collectively because we know in any workforce, a diverse workforce makes for a better product. And the Fortune 500 companies know that to be true. And healthcare is no different. And the fact of the matter is that those from certain communities or particular communities are more likely to return to those communities to provide care. And in an environment and in a time where we're at a physician loss, right? Right now, we have a scarcity of physicians. We need more physicians. In a time when we need more physicians, to not open up the doors of medicine and nursing and allied health so that we can have a robust care delivery system for our nation is ludicrous. It's almost as if, and I say this tongue in cheek, and I say this with all seriousness, it's almost as if the solution is death, right? The policy, I often say that I see failed policy on my autopsy table. I see when policy is actually directed towards increasing death versus increasing life. And what we're seeing in HR 1, what we're seeing in Medicaid cuts, what we're seeing in not extending the ACA tax benefits, all of those things are choosing death over life. And it's the most disenfranchised, disinherited. It's the most impoverished in the country, regardless of race, that is going to suffer the cause of those policies.
Dr. Roger Mitchell, I'm going to have to let you go for now. I know that you are the author of a book that actually talks about a study concerning preventable deaths in jails and prisons, but you touched upon it, so I'm going to need to have you back. Now, folks, that book is called Death in Custody, How America Ignores the Truth and What We Can Do About It. We'll talk more about that book. We'll talk more about the work that he does. Dr. Mitchell, I apologize. I got to let you go, but I need to bring you back. So you got an open invitation. Want to talk to you again soon here on News Radio KDKA. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you, Lenny. I look forward to it.
866-391-1020. I'll catch up to you after the break here on the award-winning News Radio KDKA.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, buy one, get one room of carpet clean for free. Unlimited rooms of carpet. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and tell them KDKA sent you.
It's almost that time for us to feed the need with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank on KDKA Radio. On March 24th, our Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon will be raising money to provide meals for our neighbors in need. Text NEED to 50155 on our Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union text line, and your donation will provide meals locally. Brought to you in part by Aetna and by Isley's and Beano's. Details at kdkaradio.com.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable.
Ooh, gas station sushi.
That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
from the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. ICE agents are set to arrive at the nation's airports where TSA staffing shortages are causing long lines. A passenger in Philadelphia is asked,
would you be open to having ICE agents help serve in a TSA role in the airport?
Honestly, I think it'll be a good look because any help is better than no help.
As cleanup begins in Hawaii after catastrophic flooding, Honolulu Emergency Management Head Randy Collins warned.
We see so many injuries and even fatalities during the cleanup phase. But as we transition to this recovery phase and people are cleaning up their areas, please make sure that you are being safe.
So far, no deaths reported during the disaster. Pope Leo is urging a ceasefire in the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran.
Continua a seguire con sgomento la situazione in Medio Oriente, così come in altre regioni del mondo.
He calls the death and suffering a, quote, scandal to the whole human family. CBS News Brief, I'm Claire Bosch.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
For 50 years, Center for Victims has stood beside more than 1 million crime victims, providing supportive services and 24/7 crisis response across our community. Join them April 9th for their 50th anniversary gala, Lighting Candles in the Darkness, an inspiring evening of hope, healing, and resilience.
Get ready for Pour at the Park at South Park, a fundraiser for the Allegheny County Parks Foundation on Saturday, May 16th in South Park. Enjoy beer, cider, and spirit tastings, delicious food trucks, live entertainment by Z-Town Street Band, and fabulous raffle baskets. Plus, bring your family. Your kids will love the discovery activities with Coach Dave. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding, with an exciting opportunity.
Normally, Larry, we offer $500 off any complete roofing and siding replacements. For our spring promotion, we're offering an additional $500 off.
Joe, that's $1,000.
That's right, Larry.
You better call today. The roofing experts, JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. 412-829-7711. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
Are you struggling with hearing loss? Do friends and family complain that your TV is too loud? Are you tired of asking people to repeat themselves? If you want to hear clearly again, but don't want a bulky hearing aid that makes you look old, you need to try Atom X by Audion Hearing. The Atom X is a life-changing breakthrough, precisely designed by top audio engineers, fits comfortably in your ear, is nearly invisible, and lets you adjust your sound so you can hear conversations clearly, at home, at dinner, or on the go. And right now, you can try the Atom X risk-free for 45 days. Call Audion Hearing now at 800-295-HEAR. That's HEAR for a 45-day risk-free home trial with free shipping and money-back guarantee. The Atom X is lightweight, rechargeable, practically invisible, and costs 90% less than prescription hearing aids. Don't miss out. Call 800-295-HEAR for complete details. That's 800-295-4327. Hearing for everyone. Audion Hearing.
It all comes down to this, folks. Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain. Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast! Speaking of fast, did you just see that play? Yeah, he vaporized that ball. That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A severe thunderstorm watch is in effect until 10 p.m. this evening. Well, some strong thunderstorms early tonight that could produce large hail and damaging winds. Cloudy and much colder overnight, low 37. Clouds give way to some sun tomorrow, high 43. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, here we go. Gonna have a great weekend. And when I catch you on Monday, Pirate Baseball. Colin Dunlap, I'll see you right after Pirate Baseball on Monday right here, KDKA.
always enjoy talking to Dr. Mitchell. I'm talking to he's a medical expert because of the devotion that he has to, as I mentioned to you, Blood Cancer United, but also, let's just be real, he's from St. Bart's University, which means that he must be great at what he does, because I've educated you all about this for years now, so play nice. I'm talking about Murph Moorhead, who is leading the initiative here for Blood Cancer United and is also an alum of St. Bart's University. Kind sir, thank you for joining me here on News Radio KDKA.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me, Lenny.
No problem at all. So let's talk a little bit about the initiative. I'm on the team, but I've been sidelined. You know, I'm on the IR, but I'm still contributing where I can, breaking down film, etc. But you all are on the front lines, finding ways to raise money, to raise awareness. Now, everybody's heard about these different type of initiatives in regards to raising money for research, but what we're doing on this team, and first of all, tell us about the team, but also tell us a little bit more about, hey, we're doing more than just raising money and handing it over to the researchers. That's obviously part of it, but it's that and more.
Yeah, it's a lot more. So the initiative that we have with Blood Cancer United is a brief period of time where we have teams that get together. They build their own teams, put them together to raise funds. And it's a little bit of a competition between those groups to see who could be the visionary of the year. Our goal this year is to raise $750,000, which would be the third year in a row of breaking the previous year's record. So we're excited about the initiative. Now, what does this do for the city of Pittsburgh and beyond? So not only does it do research, and it funds a lot of cancer research, it provides funds for patients who may not be able to pay their medical bills. So we fund patients and families who are short on cash to pay their medical bills. We do training for nurses. We do training for physicians. We do housing if people have to come in and stay overnight with their children. So there's so many more things that Blood Cancer United does outside of research to help families and patients in the Pittsburgh area. It's really a terrific organization.
Now, you mentioned children, and I'm going to get into the personal tie to this for you, but it's not just because you have a personal tie to it. It's the fact that we all, when it comes to cancer, we're 1 to 2 degrees off from this. My brother is a survivor of colon cancer. Not quite a blood cancer, but still, we start talking about these type of illnesses. It is something that impacts all of us. For you, it impacted you in a very major way. Had you get involved then and stay involved ever since? Sure.
So my wife and I moved to Minnesota when a number of years ago, when my youngest was 1 year old. While we were living there, he came down and was sick and was having some issues. So we had taken him to the doctor a few different times, and they kept saying, well, he's fine, just a little flu. He'll be fine. Finally, we went to the physician a third time, and we heard the words that no parent ever wants to hear, which is, you need to go see an oncologist. You know, and so the bells go off in your head. Well, does that mean that my son has cancer? And the answer was yes. We found out that our son had leukemia. They started treatment right away. And it was a 4-year ordeal for my family and I. And it was something that leaves an impact on you like nothing ever does or ever will. He had to go through chemotherapy, which included, spinal taps. He had a blown eardrum. He had a number of different things that happened over the course of the treatment. And to see a 1-year-old child who has no idea what's happening, but you have to turn them over to open up their spine in order to access that for a doctor. And to see the resilience that a young child has. They're not thinking about, boy, I have to fight this. It's almost human nature that kicks in to say, I need to do something. I need to fight against this horrible
But
disease.
it's also mom and dad's love there.
Oh.
The fact that you're there with them. And I the question I have for you, and I'm going to bring it back to BCU and working with Blood Cancer United, going through that experience as a father and as a husband. I know your family. You have a fantastic family. I've known your family since the 80s, so I know that you had family support.
Sure.
But family support and institutional support are two different things.
Right.
So I have to imagine that going through that, despite having family walking with you arm in arm, you were able to see some of the institutional gaps that were there that leads you to doing the work that you're doing now to fill those gaps.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you go back 30, 40 years ago, the cure rate for leukemia, the type of leukemia Luke had, ALL, was not, it was a really bad prognosis. All the research that is funded by Blood Cancer United has actually improved the outcomes for all these patients. So now it's in the mid-80s to the 90s.
Wow.
So it's not and I hate to use the word death sentence, the way it was years and years ago. But that was because of Blood Cancer United. They also fund things like when you're in the hospital, you have a patient advocate that comes to see you, right, and your family. And we have an older son who is with us through this journey. Patient advocate would come in and take Jacob and move him somewhere else and play with him, right? So we could focus our time on Luke while he was in there. The nurses that came in, they were well trained. They knew exactly what they needed to do. Part of that was the training that they received because of the funding from Blood Cancer United. So when you see all these things happening, there's a reason behind it, and there's funding behind it. And honestly, whenever you go in there, you run into other patients and other families that may not be as well off as we were, and they were really struggling, where a parent was coming in while another one was going to work. The kids didn't have anywhere to stay. And Blood Cancer United came in and filled those gaps. They helped them pay for their medical bills. They helped them with housing. They did all these things that enabled these parents to spend the vast majority of their time focused on the number one priority, and that's their child. That's their sick child that's laying in a bed battling this insidious disease. So I'm so grateful for everything that Blood Cancer United did for us 27 years ago and still does it to this day. So it's just an amazing organization.
Tell me where more people can find out not only about the organization, but where they can donate. Let's talk about that first. I'll get into some other questions, go to break, and then we'll wrap up the show, digging a little bit more into it. But first and foremost, give them the information, Merv, please.
So you could go to bloodcancerunited.com. And they will have a website that gives directly to Blood Cancer United, right? And it'll go, you could choose what area you're in and where you want to contribute to. So that's a really easy way to go. It's bloodcancerunited.com, right? We'll have another way. My link that I use is a little bit more involved than that. Once we're done with break, I'll read it off to you because it is a little bit more involved than bloodcancerunited.com.
We will definitely do that. And I'm going to continue this conversation with you, Merv. I'm talking to Merv Moorhead of Blood Cancer United. And I'm going to ask you one other question, then I'm going to go to break.
Sure.
This question goes to the types of communities that get built out of these interactions, because I have to imagine that there are people that, and they're all different types. There are some people that are only in your life for that season, but thank God that they're there.
Right.
But there are other people that become part of that extended family that gets to then help you help others get across their bridges. Talk a little bit about that and how Blood Cancer United helped forge those so that it becomes a community helping new community members heal and live prosperous lives like your sons have.
Sure. It's a terrific question. As we look, you had mentioned almost a 1 to 2 degree area of separation, right? As we meet other people in not only Blood Cancer United in that organization, but as we talk with people about fundraising, invariably you run into people that say, my father, my mother, my aunt, my loved one, my husband, all of these people have been impacted greatly by blood cancer or another cancer.
Yes.
So they want to find a solution to all cancers. Now, Blood Cancer United, when you do research in blood cancer, it is applicable to so many other cancers. So it's almost the base start of things. But all of these people want to stay in contact. So once we find people that are involved and want to be involved, they stay for long periods of time because it means something to them to the core, right? It is something that they become passionate about. It's something that they want to contribute to over the course of time. So once you start building that network of people, it's remarkable how it expands and multiplies because more and more people, when you talk to them, they want to get involved. And they say, hey, I know someone that you may want to talk to that has been impacted or wants to contribute. And so you start building that network out. And it's remarkable once you get that network going.
We're going to continue talking about this with Merv Moorhead of Blood Cancer United. Basically, what we're doing for the last part of the show is it's like a bad joke. Two Bruins walked into News Radio KDKA and started talking about a good cause. It is a good cause. That was a bad joke, but there's two dads here. What did you expect? But we're going to continue to talk more about Blood Cancer United here on News Radio KDKA.
We're only 32 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
As veterans, we've dealt with noise. From chains clanking as they're clamped onto cargo, to orders coming down the chain of command. We can handle that kind of noise. Back home, the noise is different. Seems like everyone's talking all at once and over each other because they just want to be heard. They're taking selfies and oversharing. But we know that it's not about hearing. It's about listening. Listening to what's actually happening with our fellow veterans. Understanding each other because we share the same experiences, the same vocabulary, following the same paths that others have walked. If only we can pick up the trail. Make the Connection is a place for veterans to hear stories from other veterans. Listen and learn about why you're not alone at maketheconnection.net.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than getting stuck in an elevator with an overshare,
bean burrito for lunch.
you have Insuranoia. You should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
As veterans, we've lived through ups and downs. For many of us, alcohol's been there for both. Over time, we realized that a bottle of beer isn't a bottle of beer. And 2 fingers of whiskey are more than just the liquid. What we're really consuming when we drink is time. Sometimes it's a good time. Time with new friends in a bar, old friends over cards, or just a moment to unwind at the end of a long day. Sometimes it's wasted time. Time that could be better spent focusing on things we never finished and reconnecting with those we lost touch with or pushed away. But sometimes that drink is time that gets out of hand. It's time spent apologizing. And sometimes it's time with a heavy cost. If you feel your alcohol consumption has become unmanageable, VA has treatments to help you manage. Visit va.gov/recovery.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hear about it. Then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Coming back, talking to Merv Moorhead of Blood Cancer United. Kind sir, so what we're going to do, right, because you have you said the link is what, 40, 50 characters, and it's in Russian.
It's
and some
super
other
long.
Some type of Gaelic language. Right. So rather than save you all that, he's going to send it to me. I will tweet it out because I know some of you all don't speak Gaelic, you don't speak Russian, and, AI and everything else gets in the way. So you're going to send that to me, right?
That'll be perfect. Absolutely.
Fantastic. I wanted to ask about this.
Sure.
Talk to me a little bit about the impact that Blood Cancer United has on keeping families secure, safe, and together. Because when you talked about childhood illnesses, and it doesn't matter because more often than not, when we hear about these illnesses, these are young people, even if they're in their 40s or in their 20s or, heaven forbid, in their teens or in their early years. This has an impact on parents where they're now looking at each other. They're scared. They want to be there for each other. And the most people familiar with you are your family members, but they may not be equipped to help you through that. Whereas BCU can help that couple move through it as a couple. Can you talk a little bit about what the value of that is?
Yeah. So when our youngest came down with leukemia, my wife and I were 27 and 25.
Oof.
We had literally just moved our entire family to Minnesota. So we didn't have the family around us. My parents weren't there. Her parents weren't there. So we almost had to face this on our own to a certain degree. What Blood Cancer United would do is they gave us all kinds of literature. The first day we got there, your child has cancer. Here's some literature that you're going to need to look at. So we went through all of that, and you do a voracious amount of reading on what this means to your family. The other thing that it did for us is we were one of those families that I would sleep there at night when my son was in. My wife would come in the morning. I would shower there, go to work. She would stay.
Tag team.
Right? So we went back and forth with that. But again, they would help us with meals if we needed a meal. They would help us with Jake, our oldest, if he needed someone to be with them. They had the tools that helped to ease our minds to a certain degree because they knew what we were going through with family services. So they were indispensable when we think about the care that we received, not just Luke, but the care our entire family received and needed. And when you look around and you see the other families there, and quite honestly, we would say we're lucky. When you see other families there and what they're going through, and then you see the support that they received, it's sort of a miracle, quite honestly, that you see that amount of support coming from Blood Cancer United and other organizations that help these families that are in the lowest point they'll probably ever be in their lives. It is just incredible how life-changing that type of support is.
Well, Blood Cancer United is in the miracle-making business, but let's pivot for just a second before I let you go. I'm talking to Merv Moorhead of Blood Cancer United. Merv, what can local Pittsburghers do to create their own miracles to help Blood Cancer United make miracles for others that need it at their most critical points of time?
It's amazing how giving Pittsburghers are. I've lived all over the country, and there is no doubt in my mind that the people in Pittsburgh are willing to support and willing to help, and they go out of their way to support their community. So one way to support Blood Cancer United is to give money, right, to help us with this cause. We have a goal of getting to $750,000 this year. If you've ever heard of a big, hairy, audacious goal, right?
That's it.
We want to get to 1 million. Like, if we could do that, the amount of help that we would provide families in the Pittsburgh area would be enormous. So what you could do is once I send you the
and
link.
that helps Pittsburgh families.
Oh,
You keep
directly.
saying that.
The money that is raised in the Pittsburgh area
stays
in Pittsburgh. That money is focused in this area. So what you're doing and what you're giving has a direct link, a direct impact on the families that are undergoing a huge struggle in the Pittsburgh area.
And let's talk about this before I let you go in a minute. I mean, folks, we talked about that 1 to 2 degrees of separation.
Mm-hmm.
That could be any Pittsburgher. It might be your kid's best friend.
Yeah.
It might be your college freshman's roommate's mother.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know, but this is why Merv does this work. And, man, I appreciate that. One more time, give the website. I will tweet out Merv's specific link, so follow my Twitter, Lenny McAllister. I'll make sure I get that out today or tomorrow, absolutely. But, kind sir, before I let you go, one more time that website and what people can do.
It's bloodcancerunited.com. I'll give you the link to go directly to my link that goes directly to Pittsburgh, right? That money stays here. So I would just ask, if you have it in your heart, if you have some extra cash that you want to put towards a great cause, I don't know of a better cause in the Pittsburgh area right now.
And $50 times 20 of your friends goes just as much as you cutting a $1,000 check. By the way, I didn't major in math, but I did that pretty quick there.
You did.
But, it's
the St. Bart's education.
There you go, St. Bart's University. The bottom line is, folks, you get other people involved. You don't have to put it all on your shoulders, but it's about word of mouth and sticking together as a community. Merv Moorhead, thank you for joining me here on News Radio KDKA, kind sir.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Lenny.
No problem at all. Hey, folks, I'm out of here until tomorrow morning. I will be on with Michael Bartley, 8 a.m. In the meanwhile, I love you. I'll talk to you soon. TCNGB. Take care and God bless. Peace.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for